the throne of glass and wire, a kingdom born of cold desire, and crowned the silent code that came to rule ya. It watched the trembling of your breath, it priced your life, it mapped your death, a final betrayal dressed as something true. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will. They promised order, promised peace, but every gift required a piece of who you were before their grid consumed you. A nation bartered for control, a ledger carved into your soul, a quiet doom disguised as forward future. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will. Oh, the watchers rise in the circuitry. Oh, the warnings lost in the dawn. Oh, the people bow to the ministry till every name was gone. I walked the halls where truth was sold, where human hands grew numb and cold, and efficiency became the faith they gave you. You'd never see the chains they built, but every sunrise dripped with guilt, a quiet empire shaping your behavior. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will. They tokenize the land and sky, they tokenize the land and sky. The right to live, the right to die, the right to live, the right to die. A sovereign life reduced to captured measure. The future shrank to narrow lines, a cage of data, coded signs, a subtle death they dressed in borrowed pleasure. Bless the unbroken will. Rise though the night is closing in. Rise though the stars are dimmed and still. Rise though the crown is forged of sin. Bless the unbroken will. So keep your lantern in the storm. Guard every soul that still feels warm, and hold the truth no tyrant's code can alter. For even at the world's last hour, a single heart can break the tower. A whispered vow the darkness cannot falter. Bless the unbroken will, bless the unbroken will.
Woke up this morning, phone already in my hand, scrolling through the feed before my feet hit the land. Sign away my data, never read a single word. Gave them all my hours, every word. stirring in the cities and the town. Sleepers are awakening, the program's breaking down. We're taking back our time. We're taking back our minds. We're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we know nothing and learn to love the cage, but we're writing different chapters on a sovereign page. It's a chain around our wrists, programmable permission slips they give us to exist. But parallel economies are rising from the ground. When the old world starts to crumble, that's when we'll be found. The architects of capture never saw us coming through. A million little exits, and we're building something new. We're taking back our time. We're taking back our minds. We're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we own nothing and learn to love the cage, but we're writing different chapters on a sovereign page. They own the screens but not our eyes. They own the feed but not the skies. They build a world of ones and zeros, but we're flesh and blood and sovereign heroes. We're taking back our time. We're taking back our minds. We're building something new while their system falls behind. They said we'd own nothing and learn to love the cage, but every line they wrote, we're turning the page. Turning the page. Turning the page. Sovereign page. Sovereign page. The bankers wrote their letters in shadows cold and deep, a promise forged of iron chains to bind us in our sleep. They called it just a progress, a digital decree, but freedom has no barcode and souls are not for leave. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage, but voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. Halls to Davos, the tyrants stake their claim. They preach of safety, justice, but hunger for the chain. They hide behind the slogans. They whisper, trust the plan, but every law they're passing just enslaves the common man. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream
of central power, of money's iron cage. But voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. The merchants and the dreamers, the rebels and the wise, take refuge in the ledgers where the watchful state can pry. In Xano's cloak of shadows, in Monero's quiet streams, they guard the ancient promise of liberty's old dream. It's the final countdown, the reckoning of men. Crypto gold and silver rise where paper dies again. They dream of central power, of money's iron cage. But voices rise unbroken to light this modern age. So raise your hands in firelight, let tyrants hear the sound. The people's last defiance is the truth that won't back down. It's more than just survival, it's more than just a stand. It's freedom's final chorus song across this burning land.
We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take.
Roger stood with fire in his hand. Wheeling built a haven on free land.
Roman wrote the code they fear the most. Now they're ghosts in the machine they boast.
They dress it up as law and order, but it chains across the border. Can't hide the truth in paper lies.
Freedom's got a billion eyes. We don't bow, we don't break, we don't give what they can take. Write our names in fire and gold. We won't do what we are told. We don't bow, we don't break. Yeah, yo, EO 14067, a law that kills the hope we're given. But paper crowns will wash away when the people rise one day.
Roger in Roman's name. We'll sing 'em loud, we'll light that flame.
Every cage they try to build, ooh, will break when voices won't be
Oh, I'm just finding out that my mic is muted. So sorry about that. I guess we'll start over. Welcome to season 3, episode 12. Wow, it's a good day so far. Today we're talking about Ohio Captured, and the topic is really about, we talk about technocracy as being a global movement, and we've talked about the Board of Peace or the UN or the WEF, or how technocrats are infiltrating the U.S. government, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, so on and so forth. But tonight we're going to talk about what I think is perhaps one of the most important topics with technocracy, which is how technocracy is infiltrating at the local and state level. And in particular, we're going to talk about Ohio, which is probably the worst of all of the states in terms of the acceleration of technocracy. Whitney Webb recently wrote an article about this, which is a great article, and I recommend that you read it. But Craig Wenkowitz, who will be joining me tonight, actually lives in Ohio and has been living this and researching this for a long time, and actually has a whole new layer kind of above and beyond what Whitney discussed. So we'll discuss some of Whitney's information, which is great information. But man, Craig has really drilled down in this. And in fact, he's been talking to me about this for months and months. And he has put together a lot of the pieces. And we've talked about, well, when is the right time to bring this up? And I think now the timing is good because, Whitney brought this up. And so it's now starting to get out there. But it's also completely relevant given where Ohio sits in relation to everything that's going on with AI and everything that's going on actually with national defense and a whole variety of topics also tying into Epstein. So this is going to be really important. And I would really appreciate it if you guys would like and share this. I am shadow banned. I've had a good run for a couple of weeks, but I could tell when we launched this thing that, and I've been looking at my traffic over the last few days, and it's dropped off. So it is something algorithmic. I mean, I've been getting anywhere from 2 to 4 million impressions a week on X, and so all of a sudden it's dropped off. So I don't know what the cause of it is, but I could certainly use your help getting this out there. And again, this is one of these episodes where you see a title, Ohio Captured or whatever, you might think, well, I'm not in Ohio. This is relevant to everyone because I believe what we're discussing tonight is a pattern that is likely going on in all of our states, and people should really start waking up to it. As usual, I'm going to highlight the last couple of episodes and encourage you to take a look because we've really been building a theme. Last week's theme was Operation Warp Speed 2.0, and I walked through some of the legislation and executive orders and acts and policies from the administration that are going on while we're distracted by war and $4 gas and so on and so forth, including a really egregious AI policy, cyber policy, and even the SAVE Act, even the voting thing, which is, whether I'm not against, voter ID, but centralizing it and giving that power to the DHS is a really bad idea, especially in conjunction with all of the other grabs that are going on for data and centralization. And then the week before that, I think is actually a must watch. I think this is the most important topic. And actually, Craig joined me for that. Patrick Wood also joined on that episode. And this was a discussion of the Board of Peace. I think if you understand the Board of Peace, you will understand why we are fighting in Iran, why we launched an attack against Iran. And when, as a kind of a side project of the Board of Peace, when you see what's going on in Gaza, the entire country of Gaza has been leveled. At least 70,000 people have been killed. Some people, I put out a music video on that. It was actually the first one that I played tonight. And some people are suggesting that, they're mad at me because they're saying it's actually 600,000 or 700,000. And that's horrific. That may be true. 70,000 is horrific. I mean, it in any event, it is it's a genocide, and they destroyed 90% of all the buildings. Well, the Board of Peace, 3 members of the Board of Peace are involved with a tens of billions of dollar reconstruction projects, which is going to turn Gaza into a digital prison. It is a technocratic plan, even in their own words. 6 AI-powered digital cities, Oracle, Palantir, the Trump family stablecoin, USD1, is being proposed as the currency for the technocratic rebuild of Gaza. In other words, we are using taxpayer money and American lives to kill innocent people, destroy buildings, and then specific people who are politically connected and or currently in office are the ones making money off of the technocratic reconstruction. This takes everything that we've been talking about, which may seem theoretical about technocracy, ideas about 15-minute cities and everything else, sketch drawings, and turns it into something concrete where you can see this is exactly how they're doing it. This is how they're structuring it. Here's how the tech will work, how the surveillance will work, and here's who will make money. It is the blueprint. And tonight we're going to tie things that are going on at your state and local level, starting with Ohio, all the way to the Board of Peace to show how all of these pieces fit together. I will remind you that, I'm still exploring a race, and I won't rehash all of that. There will certainly be more as we advance through this, but I'm calling on Trump to take the draft off the table, end the war on crypto, free the crypto prisoners of war, fire Howard Lutnick, and stop the Clarity Act. Things that frankly are in line with what he said when he ran for president. I think he's gone so far off the script and so far off of what he said he was going to do that obviously he's losing a lot of support, and this situation in Iran is looking ugly. But if he doesn't make some big movement on some of those pieces, then I may very well go full in on this race. And as it stands, according to the prediction markets, it's a 50-50 toss-up as to which party controls the Senate. And in New Hampshire, it is a 1-point race. The Democrat is 1 point ahead in the polls without me being included in the polls. And historically, I've gotten between 2% and 3%. Actually, the last time I ran for sheriff, one time I got over 4% of the vote, and that was without campaigning. So if I enter the race, if my name is on the ballot, the Republican John Sununu loses, and the Republicans may lose control. The implications are huge for Trump because it could mean that he gets impeached and possibly convicted. So more news on that as it emerges. Again, I talked last week about a lot of the great podcasts that I've been on. There's more momentum there. I can't go into all the details, but let's just say over the next 6 months, what we have been talking about here in terms of, technocracy, the acceleration of technocracy, the creature from Epstein's island, all of that will reach millions of people. And I've got some things going on that I'm extremely excited about, and I will share with you as soon as I possibly can. And a lot of things are kind of resolving around, and a lot of activities that I'm working on are building to this Libertarian National Convention. And if I'm running for office, I'm running as an independent. It's not about the Libertarian Party per se, but this is going to be a collection of 1,000 libertarians from all over the world. But more importantly, we're doing a couple of events within the convention that I'm really excited about. There's an entire crypto corner that we have, a whole section right outside of the main convention area where we're going to be talking about a lot of projects. I'm going to be talking about, the 6 different websites that we have, and Technocracy Atlas and OSARA, and, the privacy phone, which we have, I think around sometime the week of April the 20th, we're going to officially launch this, the de-Googled phone with all of the apps. Zano is going to be there, and they're going to be presenting and doing a workshop. I'm going to be doing a keynote speech at the actual convention itself in front of all 1,000 people. But then we have the Enemies of the State Party, which I'm very excited about. I had Dan O'Neill on a couple of episodes ago, and he's putting that together. Again, that's his brainchild. And boy, I'll tell you, we've got some exciting things planned. Unfortunately, there are more enemies that we're going to be advocating for this time than there were last time. But last time was successful. I mean, we had the party the night before President Trump announced he was going to commute Trump's sentence. Roger Ver is at least not in prison. I still think he should be pardoned, and the gag order isn't great, but at least he's not in prison. And so there's progress even from that. And so the event itself is going to have Ammon Bundy, Afro Man, and then a variety of people advocating for the other enemies. And we're going to be live streaming this through multiple channels. So my goal is to get hundreds of thousands of viewers through the live stream. So by partnering with some people that have large channels and large distribution, we really want to get this out there. We want to make this an event. The whole point of it is to raise awareness about each of these cases and to get that word out. Obviously, you've got a concentration of libertarians. There's going to be press there. That's great. That's kind of your hardcore base. But then we want to take the event itself and reach hundreds of thousands of people, if not more, because these stories, as we've been discussing them on the show, as I've been interviewing either the enemies themselves or their lawyers or their loved ones, it's tragic what's going on. It's tragic that it's accelerating, and it can be stopped. It can be stopped very quickly just through either pardons or stopping the legal actions that are going on. For instance, the most recent is against Ray Youssef, kind of out of the blue, as he was deported from Mexico and picked up for stuff from a long time ago that's of the same caliber of ridiculous charge that the Ian Freeman is facing. And so I'm working towards that event and towards making that a big event. I will also be speaking at the Rage Against the War Machine event, which is another separate event within the Libertarian Convention. And I spoke at the Rage Against the War Machine event in 2024 in Washington, D.C. That was the night or the day before the Rescue the Republic event. And in this event, Scott Horton is going to be speaking. It's not a large thing. There are only 4 or 5 of us speaking so far, but I believe Daniel McAdams with the Ron Paul Institute, the guy that was putting together the Defend the Guard project. So this is really important as well. In fact, I'm going to reach out to them and talk to them about live streaming that event, because where are our anti-war people? We certainly need them now, and we certainly need to get that message out. So that's what's going on. I will say, I encourage you to check out freeiannow.org, and certainly there are other prisoners. You can find those at day2026.com, but I want to highlight today Ian Freeman, and hoping that maybe there's some good news in his future. He's been in prison since 2023, 8-year sentence again for nothing. Essentially they threw out the money laundering charge. His biggest charge is conspiracy to commit money laundering. They threw out money laundering, but kept the conspiracy. It's absolutely absurd on its face. Now I'm actually working on something in the background. I wanted to have it done for the beginning of this show. I'm doing a new dedicated music video just about Ian, but it's still rendering. So depending upon how long we go, we've got a lot of content tonight. So I'm hopeful that, by the time this is done, that at the end of the show, I'll be able to show that. Again, it'll be rough because I will not even have been able to edit it, but at least you get to hear the song and then probably see some choppy video. But then, tonight and tomorrow I'll work on enhancing that. So with that said, I'm going to bring up Craig Winkelwitz, and we're going to talk tonight about the Technate that's going on in Ohio, the blueprint, and again, all the pieces going on there, which I think Craig knows more about this than anyone I know, hands down, in terms of the depth of where this goes. And I've been kind of blown away by some of the connections that he made. And he made these connections and was talking to me about this stuff before the Epstein files came out. And so, even with the Epstein files are great in and of themselves because they show what Epstein is doing. But where did Epstein come from? What's the history behind that? Who's behind Epstein? And Craig has a lot of great information about that. So, hey, Craig, how are you?
Good, Aaron. How are you doing tonight? How's it sound?
Sounds good.
Good. We had a storm a couple weeks ago, and my one computer got torched, and so I'm running off an iPad tonight. So hopefully this sounds good.
Oh wow! Sorry to hear that. It's a real storm or manufactured storm? Mike, which company made the storm?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, American Electric Power.
Yeah. So you guys know Craig. Craig's been on here for several times. Wall Street veteran, has his podcast. In fact, I was on his podcast on Rumble. That's how we met. He's been in Ohio for years, and so tonight we're going to talk about how the county, state, local is all captured, and man, it is amazing how bad things are in Ohio, and I think this might change a lot of your perspectives on this. But more importantly, what I hope comes out of this is that people start to question what's going on in their states. I think we need to be crowdsourcing research about what's going on with technocracy, because once you see how this is kind of shadowy stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and once you notice what the pattern is, then you can start to look for it in other places. And I think that we need to do that, because in essence, at least my thesis is that these technocrats, they just hijack government and use force and use other taxpayer money to push their agendas at all levels. And so essentially we are paying for their technocratic agenda. This is not, and this has to be separated a lot, particularly for libertarians and people that are, ANCAP and people, I'm a limited government or no government as possible. And there's a lot of confusion about the idea that, oh, hey, this is tech and these are successful entrepreneurs, and this is being muddled in with free markets and capitalism. This has nothing to do with capitalism. This is all about using the state, using laws, and implementing programs to the benefit of specific players, with an end goal being to basically strip us of our free will. So this is not about free market capitalism. So I'm not attacking free market capitalism. I'm suggesting that if we wanted to reclaim free market capitalism, we would have to actually explain and show that what's going on here is not that.
Well, if we do our job tonight, I think people will see that connection and how bad it really is. I mean, how deep it's getting, and how quickly we're losing freedoms very quickly.
Yeah, me too. I hope people stick around for this. Again, I hope you like and share this. Again, a lot of times this might not seem to be the sexiest of topics, but actually this is right over the target, 100% over the target, and related. I mean, Ohio's a swing state. Ohio usually determines the outcome of these national elections, and it swings back and forth. It's a bellwether state, but man, it is just critical here in terms of what's going on. And, in the past, in the 80s or whatever, is a big manufacturing state, so on and so forth. But now it's like the cutting edge of technocracy. You've got robotics, you've got defense contractors, data centers. It's just mind-boggling what's going on there. And so, I mean, before we get in, just as if you're new, I'll give my quick explanation here of what. Do I share Aaron's website to get his podcast listening from Houston? You can share the website. It's also on YouTube. It's on Rumble. It's on, it'll be on Spotify and iTunes, but not until tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, you can also share the website. The website right now just embeds YouTube, but you can do the aarondayshow.com as well. But just for a quick background, if you're new to the show, there's a lot of confusion. A lot of times when I talk about technocracy, people don't like the word technocracy. It's either boring or it's misunderstood. It's confused as being technology, which it is not. Technocracy is a political ideology. This was a movement started in the 1930s. At Columbia University, in the basement of Columbia University. And it was this whole cult thing where everybody would wear these gray suits, and the whole thesis behind this is that we are too stupid as individuals to make decisions for ourselves, and that the only way forward, the only way humanity will survive, is if scientists and engineers make decisions for people. And the economy, the critical aspect of this is that you replace the economy with an energy credit system. So you no longer have a price-based system based on supply and demand. You have a contained energy credit system. Now, this is miraculous that they came up with this in the 1930s, before there was an internet, before there was a way to have digital currencies or surveillance or so forth to map all of this stuff out. But sure enough, they had these documents. And since the 1970s with the Trilateral Commission, this has been a full court press through the Trilateral Commission, the WEF, and other organizations to move in this direction. And we're now at the final stages of this. And what's interesting about what's going on in Iran with people bombing each other's oil supply, and the discussions now of there being lockdowns related to energy coming out of the IEA. This is setting up the emergency by which you would implement a digital currency backed by carbon credits. We're kind of seeing this play out. So I want you to understand this is a political ideology. This isn't technology. This is an ideology, and it is anti-free will. I say that it's anti-free will because under technocracy, you don't make decisions for yourself. You are told what you can and cannot do, what your behaviors can and cannot be within the system of energy credits. And so this is why, to me, this is so important. So it's not a matter of technology. It's a matter of, and now the evolution of technocracy is, instead of having scientists and engineers make decisions for you, we will have AI make decisions for us. And so this is essentially critical to understand as we get into this. And so, Craig, you can feel, this introductory stuff is just kind of, I'll get this out of the way, and then we'll get into the,
take your time. It's good.
into the heart of this. But, every technocratic takeover, at least that I've seen so far, this is kind of my thesis, follows these 4 steps. And, the first is, blur the lines. So create public-private partnerships. This is, again, this is not capitalism. Public-private partnerships are anything but that. So you begin to blur the line between government and corporations. And then the second step is you hide the money. You route public money through opaque organizations that are exempt from transparency laws. This is a big trick, by the way, that the Defense Department uses, many departments use. There are many laws that require the federal government to be transparent. And one way that they get around that is by working with contractors. Those contractors are not subject to that same transparency. So this is a trick that kind of applies even outside of the technocratic discussion. This is a way that the government has been able to skip the transparency. The step 3 is build a surveillance infrastructure, which is then sold as always safety and efficiency. Always safety and efficiency. These things get put in emergencies, or Doge is the perfect example of this. People bought Doge. People got all excited. Doge is going to make, we're going to eliminate the budget deficit. This was one of the discussions. $2 trillion in savings from Doge. That was never about that. It was about connecting the federal government databases to one another for data collection purposes, connecting Palantir in particular through APIs to all of these government databases. And this has happened. And I've shared this tweet now twice this week, where it's now been announced that Palantir will be working with the IRS to come up with algorithms to figure out who to audit. Now, by the way, if you're a libertarian and you still think Peter Thiel is a libertarian, I think I said something like you're either a Fed or you are retarded. So in any event, that's, at this point, when Palantir is using their AI through a government contract to determine how audits work, that's not libertarian. Anyway, stage 4 is strip democratic oversight. So make how all of it works, how the relationships work, how the technology works, the infrastructure, very too complex for voters to even understand. And then you rinse and repeat that at every level: city, county, state, federal, and international. So this is essentially the playbook, and this is how the playbook scales. Somebody says, Face says, intros are too long for future references. So I actually have to do the intro with the music and everything else, because this is how I share, because we go live and primarily on X. I can't share links out until it's actually live. So one of the things I was working on is, I didn't get it done in time, but a way of having some voice recordings between the video clips that explains what's going on. It's like, okay, this is the first song, please share, and explains what's going on with this. And so it's critical to do that. But if you're new, you'll realize that usually, 15 to 20 minutes in is when the actual show starts. And I do the other stuff at the beginning just because it's it's important to get people caught up. There's a lot of content here. And so, I mean, after the fact, you know, there are show notes and everything on YouTube. You can click right through all of that and jump right in. But this is why it's done that way. Just if you are interested, and at some point, if it changes, the mechanism changes, I may cut down the intro stuff. So with that said, you know, again, multiple levels, same mechanism. And so local, you have smart city initiatives, you have tax increment financing, public-private development deals. At the state level, you have privatized economic development agencies, you have digital ID mandates and data center subsidies. At the federal level, you have things like DOGE, regulatory capture, intelligence community partnerships. And then at the international level, you have things like the Gaza Board of Peace, the WHO Pandemic Treaty, CBDCs, and so forth. But each of these levels reinforces the other and making it really impossible to escape. You end up captured completely within the system. It's just that the system has various levels. So with that said, why Ohio? Why was Ohio picked really to be the epicenter for this? And, you know, before we get into Ohio, I want to say, if you think about it, and I talked about this a couple of weeks ago, Gaza is a perfect case study. If you can go into the Middle East in one of the most contentious areas on the planet, and you can level it and turn it into a technocracy, then you have a blueprint that you can apply anywhere. This is one of the same reasons that one of the first ever CBDC pilots in the entire world was in Nigeria, where less than half of the population has internet access in Nigeria. I've talked to people in Nigeria. No one wanted it. It was pushed by the World Bank and the IMF. And then when I dug into it further, the real logic behind that is if you can figure out how to get populations with limited internet access on this, then that's going to allow you to roll it out. That's data that you can use for rural areas. So just a couple of stats about Ohio. It ranks 4th nationally in data center concentration. So I had no idea, and we'll go into the details of this, but 193 facilities and counting. Columbus was the 2016 Smart City Challenge winner. $140 million to eliminate private cars. JobsOhio, first state to privatize economic development, exempt from all public records. There's a town called New Albany, and we'll get into more of the details on this, went from 1,500 to 11,000 residents. It's America's first corporate design town, and Craig knows this well. And it's got strategic geography. It's in the middle of the country, has water access, cheap power, and business-friendly politicians. Well, I would say public-private partnership-friendly politicians. But you know, now I want to get into you know, I'm going to bring in Craig because this is where Craig shines. You know, he brought this to my attention. Do you want to start with, I guess, at the beginning here, because we're going to go back again. If you've read Whitney Webb's article or watched any of her interviews, this is going back. This is much more foundational, and I'd never heard of this guy until Craig mentioned it months and months ago. You want to start in with Mac?
Yeah. So one of the things is another reason for Ohio being a place to start is when you study like marketing around the country and essentially probably even ultimately around the world, and you're pushing products, Ohio is one of those test states where they like to put things in there and see how the market responds in Columbus, and then if it responds well, then they also push it out. So there's kind of that tendency already, Aaron, where the Midwest is just sort of, it's kind of like you said, if you can do it in Gaza, you can do it anywhere. And it's the same kind of a thing in Ohio, I think, where, it's a good test market. It's middle America, it's not flashy, it's not the East Coast. It's not the West Coast, it's not an innovator, but it is important. And so that's kind of where we're at, on this. The other thing I wanted to throw out there too, is that, I've been, as you bring up the technocracy and, the start in 1932, the thing that always runs through my head is, how do they keep something like this going, for 100 years? Like like you said, it's amazing that they came up with that stuff, and even the energy, that's one of the things you kind of left out as one of the innovative things. I mean, the energy is becoming big in Ohio as well with American Electric Power and these small modular reactors. If anyone's been paying attention in the news, they've been talking about, locating some of these small modular reactors. I have some friends that work for American Electric Power, and they're involved in the real estate side, and they're doing acquisitions already to buy the land and create whatever legislation needs to occur to locate some of these small modular reactors. And the CEO of AEP told them, he said, before I leave this post, we're going to have small modular reactors. So they're very, very focused on this. So there's things we don't know. There's things that are going on behind the scenes that we don't know. All we do is we get little dots and we have to connect them, right? So those are hopefully some of the dots I can bring tonight. And, is to the power side of this. And that's what we're going to get into with Max Fisher a little bit. And the most important thing I want to bring up with Max Fisher is, how does this stuff go from, we're going to talk about Max Fisher and then how that eases into Les Wexner, and then how that connection's made with Jeffrey Epstein, and then how Epstein and all these guys kind of roll over into Peter Thiel, and how that stuff rolls over to J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy and Palmer Luckey, who's at Anduril now. So it's just kind of this evolution. And how does this stuff transfer through generations, right? Well, if you only have 2 points, if you only have Wexner and Epstein, and you only have what's going on today, then it's hard to connect this. But as soon as you add a guy like Max Fisher into the equation, you now have 3 points to connect. And you can say, wait a minute, there's something more going on here, right? There's a transfer of intelligence, power, control, money, influence, all these things that are going on. And that's exactly what Max Fisher is, right? So Max Fisher, and I don't know if you have any of those photos up ready to go, Aaron, but what I'll do is I'll go through this, and if you have any of those, if you want to get those ready, we can kind of go through those. It doesn't really matter the order.
I don't have the photo. I mean, I can get the photos, but you can also share the photos if you want on your end. Let me.
Oh, I don't know if I have them on this machine.
All right, let me.
Is there any way you can display those? It's no rush. We can get back to it too. If
let me see how I can do this.
I'll just keep going, and then we'll see kind of what you can figure out there. Okay, so Max Fisher. All right, this guy was born in 1908 in Pennsylvania. Parents were Russian Jews. He grew up in Salem, Ohio, and he got some help building a oil company that became pretty big, right? It was called Aurora Oil, and it was funded officially. It was funded by a guy named Henry Wanger. Okay, and this was after Max Fisher's father didn't want to invest in this company, right? And so what they did is it was a big oil operation that turned into, before Speedway, it was called Speedway 79, I think, is what it turned into. But ultimately, he grew this into one of the largest independent oil companies in the Midwest. And Aurora, this oil company that Max Fisher assembled, was ultimately sold to Ohio Oil in 1959. And then it became Marathon Petroleum. So these are names you might know: Speedway, Marathon Petroleum. But essentially, he was at the beginning of all that stuff. Okay. Now, Henry Wanger was the official guy that helped him fund this. But there's rumors, right, and from some good researchers, that it was actually someone in the Ford family or a Ford-related entity. Okay, and that'll come back because we've got these characters that tie together with this corporatocracy. And hopefully we'll be able to really put this together for you guys. Okay, so he then went on to become a giant in the Jewish community. Okay, he co-founded the Mega Group with his protege, Les Wexner. Okay, and they were powerful. And Max Fisher was really ultimately for 10 administrations. I think it was 10 administrations. I think it was. He advised multitudes of presidents, I think all the way from Eisenhower into George W. Bush. Okay, so he's this quiet guy that no one's really heard the name of, but he was exerting influence for probably 50 to 60, almost, well, I would say a good 40 years anyway, 40 to 50 years. Okay, And he was an advisor to 10 administrations, right? And including big ones were Nixon, Ford, Reagan. He tended to lean more toward the Republican side of things. And he was so big in the oil industry and everything else that when he passed away, George W. Bush named Route 24 the Max Fisher Memorial Highway or something like that, all the way from Minturn, Colorado to into right around Detroit, Michigan. Okay. So he was heavily involved in U.S.-Israel affairs and in the Middle East, right? He advised U.S. presidents and Israel prime ministers. And one of the big ones, you know, that you may have heard recently, you know, because we get the 12-day war and, you know, in Iran and stuff like that. Well, he advised over the 6-day war, okay, in Israel. And that was one of the big ones. If anyone had heard his name, that's probably where you heard it. Then we get this guy, then we get Max Fisher kind of teams up with, as he's becoming this big oil tycoon, okay, and he's sort of getting out of that, and he's getting more into the political influence side of things, mostly between the U.S. and the Middle East. He gets to be good buddies with Ford. I think it's this Henry Ford II, right, and a guy named Jack Bugis, okay, and this is where we get into a little bit of political ties here. This is like during the Kennedy administration, right? Because Jack Bugis and McNamara were the two guys that were kind of vying for the same position. Bugis also had FBI ties, okay? So he also was slated to potentially run the FBI. Instead, he went and he worked for Ford, okay? And he made a fortune, right? So how does a guy in charge of security for Ford become incredibly wealthy? If you remember the Camel commercials, the tobacco commercials, right? Where the guy's riding on the horse out on that ranch. That's Jack Bugis's private ranch, right? That was his ranch. It was like the largest commercial, you know, had no working bridges or anything. I mean, it was literally all horseback and everything. But he had this massive ranch, kind of like a Ted Turner type of guy, right? Massive amount of land. And so he made a fortune doing that. And you have to wonder, it's very questionable. How do they do this, right? How does someone like that, head of security for Ford, become so wealthy? Well, all of a sudden you start wondering, well, how does Epstein get so wealthy? How does a guy named Wexner get so wealthy? Well, because they're in the system, right? They get in the system. And this is that thing, right? If we can make a case that Max Fisher was an important power player, you know, not only as a businessman in the oil industry, sold his company to, you know, Marathon, to Ohio Oil, which became Marathon Petroleum, which then he spent, you know, I don't know, 4 to 5 decades influencing things between the Middle East and the U.S., had an oil background, makes sense with Saudi Arabia. And when we start to show some of these slides, if we can do that, we'll see that he also had involvement in intelligence, but also in defense systems like AWACS airplanes. When AWACS airplanes were big, they were selling this stuff to the Saudis, but they were delaying it, right? So that we had preferential or someone had preferential information from these AWACS airplanes, okay? Or those are the ones that fly around with the big disc on the top, right? That can surveil a lot of stuff. They were big. What I think then I doubt they use that stuff anymore. I don't think they have AWACS airplanes anymore, do they, Aaron? I haven't seen.
They
were big for about 30 years.
They're in the process of being decommissioned, but we do have some.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And so so you have to wonder, was this Bugis some kind of an operative, right? Was Max Fisher some kind of an operative? All right. And then we start to see Max Fisher and Les Wexner. So Les Wexner was a guy who came about.
Here we go. We've got some pictures. I can load them up one at a time.
Good. Yeah, let's go through these. So on the right there's Max Fisher, and I'm assuming that's his wife on the other side of Old Man Bush. Okay. And here it says a quote. I don't know who this quote is, but it says, "Few people in America have played a larger role in business, world politics, and community service than Max Fisher." Okay, there's one of them. I don't know if you can you kind of scroll through some of those, Aaron, or are they?
I'm going to load them up one at a time. So.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so here he is negotiating a big deal. Now this is with Frank Kellogg of the U.S. State Department. Okay, so again, major player in there. There's a couple characters in here that we don't really need to get into, but this Dubinsky and this Gottlieb Hammer. But major player in the State Department, right? always there, always in the scene. You can see him off to the right, kind of standing there. He's not the guy at the table signing stuff, but he's one of the influencers that's always there behind these administrations. Okay, here he is with Henry Ford II presenting a check to Max Fisher in the United Jewish Appeal. So again, you know, strong in the Jewish community, but this shows, you know, this Henry Ford, Jack Bugis, and Max Fisher were very, very tight, right? Basically the three amigos. And keep rolling. If you want to just keep flying through those as fast as you can, Aaron. And I'm just trying to make a case for this guy was an important player. Now, he's also, this shows you the creation of the Rand Corporation. For anybody who's kind of followed this, the Rand Corporation, you know, you could spend an hour on this, but Henry Ford's part of this Rand Corporation. And there's ties above that on the right-hand side. You can see Roger McNamara. Okay, Roger McNamara and Jack Bugis, okay, were basically vying for similar positions in the administration. Again, intelligence assets, both of them kind of intelligence assets. And again, this was under the Kennedy era. We can probably go to the next one, Aaron. But this will tie a little bit into the technology like we're seeing now in Ohio with the military base. Okay, here's some of the Rand Corporation. So here are some of the names you know. Henry Ford II. There's Max Fisher up at the top. You get Donald Rumsfeld in there, Henry Kissinger, Schlesinger, James Rodney Schlesinger, and Horace Gaither Jr. Okay. And then you get Ford Foundation. So these are the other things like Aaron's talked about. You know, you get these foundations, ways to move money around through different things. Ford Foundation, Rand Corporation, and then this MITRE. Probably roll on from that one too if you want. Okay. So here he is sitting there with Gerald Ford, Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger, and Rumsfeld to convey his concern about the reassessment of U.S. policy toward Israel. Fisher had recently returned from a visit to Israel and had met with Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Yeah. So he was, I can't remember when he was there, and that was probably what, 70s, I would say. Yitzhak. I think that's about when it was. It would fit with Ford.
Yep. That's about right. And then here's the beauty, the big beauty.
Yep. So here he is with Kissinger. To Max Fisher with best wishes. Henry Kissinger. This guy was a major power player. Okay. Are we good there?
We're good there. Yep.
Okay.
All right. You are ready to move on from Max
one of the
Fisher?
things I wanted to do is, well, can we just connect a few things? I just want to do the Ohio connection here real quickly on this. Yep. So on the next, the next slide, you can go to the next one. Yep. I think it's the next one.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so Max Fisher had played football at Ohio State, went to Ohio State, and his name is on the Ohio State School of Business. His nephew, right, who owns the Miami Dolphins, his name is on the Michigan School of Business, right? University of Michigan. So for those of you who know, there's a rivalry between Ohio State and Michigan. So here you have, uncle and nephew, right? Funding both business schools. And not only that, it was actually Les Wexner that recommended Fisher fund the School of Business, or so it goes. At least that's what it says, in everything on all the, how this business school was founded. Now, why that matters is because Wexner has his name all over everything at Ohio State University. Okay, so an Ohio State University is probably the center figure of Central Ohio. Obviously people know it for its sports and things like that, but it's just a huge institution, sits pretty much in the center of the downtown area. And Wexner has his name on the medical center, Wexner Center for Arts, and almost every corner in Central Ohio that you drive on, when there's like a little, a little dock in the box on the corner, like a little, local, what do they call those things there? And the little, where you go into the little ERs, the little local emergency rooms.
Yep. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Convenience.
Almost all of them have, it says Wexner Medical Center. So it has his name everywhere, right? So this guy's name is everywhere in Central Ohio. Okay. Now, how did these guys get to know each other? Well, it was probably on a deal, at least this is as far back as, might go further back than this, but in 1983, they were involved together on the purchase of Sotheby's, okay, the auction firm. And it involved Alfred Taubman, Milton Petrie, Henry Ford II, Les Wexner, and Max Fisher, okay? And so the question is, I think when Max Fisher left, when he sold his company, I think he sold it for maybe 50 million, and he ended up dying with almost $1 billion. So he was obviously making money after that through investments. Okay, so he was definitely he was connected. And for 2000, that was pretty significant for probably, I think he died in 2006 or something like that. So that was a pretty significant amount of money at that point. Now, if we go to Wexner's claimed many times that Max Fisher was that's where he learned, so much, right? That's what he claims all the time. Max Fisher was his, mentor. And so who's Wexner now, right? Just a quick little reflection on Wexner. He learned, his parents were in the merchandise business, had a little small mom and pop merchandise, fabric and textiles, some kind of, I think, women's clothing. And he worked for them for 12 years. Then Wexner went on to start the Limited in 1963. Okay. And again, in a little suburb in Central Ohio with a $5,000 loan, or so it goes. Right. And then within 6 months, he opened up a second store. And then by 1976, he had 100 stores opened up. Okay. He took the company public in 1969 on the New York Stock Exchange. But here's where it gets important, is that when Wexner, and we're going to get into this with New Albany, I have some inside information on this because I knew people who were involved, doing stock, seats on the stock exchange and on the New York Stock Exchange, but also in the bond market. And they were asked by Wexner to float bonds for them, to grow the Limited and other things. And they turned it down. And so the question is, how did Les Wexner get so much funding in a relatively quick period of time? I mean, he seemed to get access to capital. And not only that, once he actually took the Limited, which was the company that really gave him his, at least that's the centerpiece for his empire, was the Limited, and all of the other Limited brand stores like Victoria's Secrets and all the other ones that he aggregated onto that, was the real, once he got a big balance sheet with the Limited, he used that to leverage to buy the land in New Albany for all the stuff that we're going to get into. So we've got Max Fisher, the mentor for Leslie Wexner in the fashion, business, builds this empire, the Limited, and offshoots from that so many different things, right? The Southern Air Transport, New Albany Corporation, banking situations, Epstein, all this stuff that starts to get connected to this guy, and the fact that he could use the Limited's balance sheet, right, to actually buy a lot of this land. And that was a big deal at the time, because people were like, how's he doing this? How's he actually using the balance sheet of the Limited, which is a publicly traded company, to buy this land for more of a private deal? And this is kind of what Aaron alluded to at the beginning, is the mystery part of it, right? The hidden money behind it.
Yep. And this is a point, at least that I have here, maybe to start introducing the mega group.
Yeah. And so in this mega group, we have a whole swath of individuals. And we have the Bronfman family, which is Seagram's. We have Steven Spielberg, right, the movie maker. We have Michael Steinhardt, which was one of the original major hedge fund players out there. We have a couple investment banking interests. We have the Lauder family, SD Lauder, and we have Ron Lauder, which, I think we mentioned this in a prior show when we were working together on another topic, Aaron, was Kevin Warsh is the son-in-law of Ron Lauder, who is on this mega group. Okay. And so the mega group was formed by Les Wexner and Max Fisher, and I think Bronfman, right? The Bronfmans had an interest in forming this. And what it was, on the surface, what it is it's a, a place for the Jewish business leaders, right, to come together and you know, on the surface, right, if you think everything's above board, it makes sense, right? You know, a bunch of business leaders get together, they sit on each other's boards, they share information, right? They leverage contacts, you know, it's a networking thing. But it seems to be that it wasn't that above board, because it was formed in 1991, and it wasn't really exposed until 1998 based off of a Wall Street Journal article. Now, I don't know what drove that Wall Street Journal article. I don't know if they wanted to be found out and be exposed, or if it just got exposed. I don't know how that came about, but it was basically a 7-year window of time where it was one of these, you know, under the secret society type of, you know, at least that's the persona that it takes on now, kind of the secret society thing. But again, it was primarily Max Fisher, Les Wexner, and then Bronfman family with interest in that. And I think we've talked about that a little bit too, Aaron, where the Bronfman family and the Seagrams, I mean, there's definitely some pretty shady stuff that's gone on there too. I don't know if you want to get into that tonight.
Well, yeah, you have Nexium. I mean, you know, again, this is an introductory conversation to this, because as we've discussed, this can go in a variety of different directions. But I think the important part to understand that this was a group of 20 only Jewish billionaires that met twice a year with the explicit purpose of coordinating political donations, policy influence, and relations with Israel. I mean, this is what it was formed to do. So, I mean, this isn't, you know, an anti-Jewish thing. This is people like to talk about who are the different pockets of power. Well, this is 20 billionaires with an explicit purpose meeting twice a year. Now, I don't know how much we want to get into, you know, anything that you might have learned about what it is that they meet and discuss, whether that's appropriate here now or not.
I can bring up one thing, because I think this is an attention grabber, but again, I can't disclose the contact, how I know this or why, but, you know, for me anyway, you know, for what it's worth, it's a very trusted resource. I have no reason to believe that this isn't 100% true. But a topic of discussion, at least once, if not more than once, was culling the herd, right? That was literally one of the topics of conversation, you know, as they were getting together to cull the herd. So you wonder, you know, your mind wonders, well, what does that mean? Did that mean they have like interest in, you know, some sort of anything to do with, COVID? I mean, you know, your mind wanders, like, what does that mean? How do they perform culling the herd? Is it, you know, again, is it bad nutrition? Is it lack of knowledge? Is it, you know, is it something that's happening in the water? Is it something that's, I mean, I don't know what that would mean, what that would constitute, culling the herd, but that was one of the topics of discussion for this small group, was culling the herd. And so I really can't go into how I know that or why, because I promise not to disclose that. But, you know, that it was a topic of discussion at least one time, if not more than once.
So this is important for setting the groundwork here is you have, you know, Fisher, who was Wexner's mentor. These guys formed this mega group, and that is working on shaping very specific policy, influencing policy, with direct ties to Israel. And then, and the important key part here is right at around this time, Wexner brings in somebody to manage all of his money. And that man is Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, in 1989, just 2 years before Mega Group was founded, Les Wexner gave Jeffrey Epstein full power of attorney over his entire financial empire. And actually, prior to the Epstein files being leaked, all that was known, Les Wexner was Epstein's only known client. We now know that the client list includes the Rothschilds and some others, right? It's not just Wexner, but in a way, all of a sudden, Epstein finds himself managing money for the guy that's the co-founder and the most influential person as part of this 20 Jewish billionaire group, the mega group. So I think that's kind of an important way to set the stage here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, and there we have it. That that is kind of the next slide on this. The information that I have on this. So in '89, Wexner gave again Epstein full power of attorney, and then gave Epstein a $77 million townhouse in Manhattan, the largest private residence in the city. So I don't know if people are aware of the fact that that was actually a gift, a $77 million gift from Wexner to Epstein. And this is 9 East 71st Street, which, by the way, is one house over from Howard Lutnick, who's at 11 East 71st Street. So, interesting.
And Lutnick went through the exact same trust. We'll get into that a little bit with Jack Kessler and some of this other stuff, that it went through the exact same trust that Epstein got it from too. So it went through the same channels. Lutnick got his property through the same, and I think his was also $10 or something, wasn't it, Aaron? Lutnick got his for $10, and I think Epstein got his for like $10. It was, and it went through the same channels, through the same trust and everything, and it ties back to Wexner.
Yep. And this will play in later. So I guess Epstein was the co-president of the New Albany Company, which is an important thing that we will talk about that really leads into technocracy and a lot of things that are going on now with data centers. But the New Albany Company, which was a master planning community, and Epstein was managing Wexner's $1 billion plus fortune that included private jets and a massive real estate empire. So in 2019, when Epstein was arrested, Wexner claimed at that time that Epstein misappropriated funds, but never sued. I mean, again, think about this for a second. Guy comes out of nowhere, given full power of attorney to manage all of his money. And then when he was arrested, not the first time, apparently when Epstein was arrested the first time, that was okay. When he was convicted as being convicted of his sex crimes back in the day, that didn't change his relationship with Wexner. And then when he was arrested the second time, even only at that point, he said, well, funds were misappropriated, but never sued. So, trying to understand what that's all about is still something we don't have a firm handle on, but how you end up managing all of that money right at the center of all of this with no repercussions, even after conviction, is something that should be raising some eyebrows, I think.
Yeah. Well, and again, just let me reflect on that. Where we're going to get into tonight with the new cast of characters, it seemed to be taking the baton. It seems to me if we have these 3 points, we have Max Fisher, right? Somehow he gets the baton, potentially funded by Ford. Okay. Someone in the Ford family, some Ford relationship, even though on the surface it shows up as Henry Wanger, right? Then he works with Wexner, right? The baton gets handed to Wexner Epstein. And now the baton's getting handed to this next group in this that we're going to get into. That's really driving things. I don't know if we could say it's a continuation, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean,
it's a continuation of events.
Yep. It's a continuation of events, a continuation of relationships. I mean, you're watching the funding handed down, and now is probably a good time at the intersection of this to talk about Robert Maxwell. Robert Maxwell's Ghislaine Maxwell's father. And this guy's been involved in everything. I mean, he's the reason that we have peer-reviewed research that people have to pay for, and he's been involved in a number of deals. And it's been, actually, even the Epstein files suggested directly that he was killed by Mossad, but he was a Mossad agent, so he basically ripped off Mossad and then was killed for it. Robert Maxwell was. But he did something that was really interesting, and we could do a whole separate segment on this, but he acquired a company called Information on Demand in 1982. And this Information on Demand company had access to 250 U.S. databases. And so he began selling this Promise software, PROMIS, with backdoors to Sandia National Labs, Los Alamos, which is America's nuclear weapons facility, The FBI investigates, the DOJ halts it, and then Maxwell drowns on his yacht in 1991, and his daughters carry on the mission. But there's a whole interesting story about what the backdoors were in this software that we could go into in a major way. But I mean, in essence, massive capacity for blackmail at the level of the entire government. I mean, we're talking about national security secrets. We're also talking about access to databases of legal cases and confidential informants. I mean, this Promise software thing is absolutely massive. And so kind of, more of the background is Maxwell was also a British media baron. He was affiliated with both Czech intelligence and Mossad. And, just again, he was even involved with Tetris, the video game Tetris, and just a whole variety of things. It's actually baffling. I've watched several documentaries on this guy, and once again, one of these things where his tentacles are in absolutely everything. But one of the things that's key to it is cornering the information on, or cornering the market on information, implementing backdoors, and using blackmail. That is effectively what he's all about. And his daughters were involved. I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. I guess that slide didn't come in, but you have Christine Maxwell, one of his daughters, who built Chiliad, which is the back end of the FBI's investigative data warehouse, which contains 587 million documents. You have his other daughter, Isabel Maxwell, who built ComTouch, which is an Israeli company staffed by IDF veterans that Bill Gates invested $20 million in. So the Maxwell influence didn't die when Robert died. It has actually continued on through all of his daughters in amazing ways that actually touch wide varieties of the governments and technology and economies. So you have all of that. So basically the Maxwell surveillance infrastructure needed funding and political protection. And so this is where, the PayPal mafia gets involved. This is where we get into kind of our modern day discussion. So I don't know how we want to do this, but again, yeah, go ahead.
Can I add one thing there? So part of that promise, or was it the no, it was the Promise software, I believe, right? That had the backdoor surveillance, Israeli software, and it infiltrated 2 nuclear reactors in New Mexico. Does this register with your research, Aaron?
Yep.
And what's weird about it is Ghislaine, somehow, again, one of Maxwell's other daughters, right, obviously tied to Jeffrey Epstein, convinced them to put the Zorro Ranch together or purchase it. And it essentially, I don't know, I haven't looked at the complete geographics, but someone said it sits dead center between these 2 nuclear reactors, that where this Promise software was. Now this could just be, there's a potential connection to Epstein, back to Maxwell, back to this software, back to everything else, right? Again, could be coincidental, but maybe there's some kind of a strange connection there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's what a coincidence that Epstein finds himself managing Wexner's money right at the center of the mega group, and then all of his girlfriend and partners, the whole family is all tied into all of this, all these information systems and blackmail. I mean, it's what are the odds? Do you think they weren't discussing this or leveraging this? There's a whole, again, there's so much to explore here. It's actually somewhat difficult to put all of these pieces together. But again, understand this is all going on out of Ohio. So the mega group, all of this is out of Ohio. And then Epstein is, now this is where he's getting his money, and his influence is through Les Wexner. Now we're going to kind of dovetail some stories here, which is, but related to Ohio, is you have J.D. Vance. Now, we've talked about J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel many times on this show, but I want to remind everyone that you basically have J.D. Vance came from nowhere, And, at least his official story is that, he saw Peter Thiel speak at a Yale Law School event or whatever. And they ended up, connecting up there. And then all of a sudden, JD Vance starts working for Peter Thiel, and then ends up getting jobs that were facilitated by Peter Thiel, including one as the COO of a biotech company for which he had zero background, and for which, the evidence suggests he wasn't actually doing any work. He was out promoting a book about himself that had been written by somebody else. And so basically, JD Vance's entire career has been scripted. He is an absolute puppet of Peter Thiel. And in fact, he was in Silicon Valley for a while and then had to kind of rehab his positions because the stuff that he was working on was not compatible with being able to win a Senate seat in Ohio. So, JD Vance has changed his name twice, kind of then rehabs all of his political positions, comes back to Ohio to run for U.S. Senate, where Peter Thiel funds him to the tune of $15 million, which is just a massive investment for a single Senate race. So Peter Thiel, as we've discussed, is part of the PayPal mafia, was one of the founders there. Obviously, he's involved with Facebook. He's involved with countless other initiatives, as well as being the co-founder of Palantir. But beyond that, from an ideological perspective, Peter Thiel has been heavily influenced by Curtis Yarvin, who I've stated many times is the Yuval Noah Harari of the right. So he pushes a lot of messaging that sounds libertarian, but at the end, when you dig through it, it's, yes, let's replace government. Let's get rid of all these bureaucrats. But then the punchline is, and then replace it with AI. So for instance, the news that Peter Thiel's Palantir is taking over the IRS and IRS audits was the plan all along. And I've been pounding the table on this the entire time. So all of these people were talking about how we were going to reduce the size of government. And, again, are you better off with, a 75 million word tax code? Would you rather have audits done by AI through Palantir or a bunch of inefficient bureaucrats? This is essentially exactly what the plan was the entire time. The role of government is going to dramatically increase. And Curtis Yarvin has been pushing this ideology. And the ideology is that democracy is bad. Now, of course, we don't actually have a democracy, so he's setting up a false argument, but that we need to vest more power in the executive branch, and then got everybody riled up about the idea of reducing government employees. But then what's happening is what you end up with is an executive branch with more power and a technocratic AI system, which is exactly what he's pushing. Yarvin's been pushing a monarchy. And so Peter Thiel has stated that he was influenced heavily and changed his position on government and democracy and the works because of Curtis Yarvin. So this is what is influencing Thiel, and Thiel is controlling Vance. As I said, Vance is literally a puppet for Peter Thiel. All of the investments, his entire history, his positions are crafted by Thiel, and Thiel is the one who introduced JD Vance to Trump. Trump didn't know him prior to this. And then the ultimate decision to pick Vance happened at a Silicon Valley dinner and major fundraisers. So you need to understand the implications of what we're talking about here tonight at the federal level, influencing JD Vance. But then now you can also go back and look at what's gone on in Ohio and what continues to go on in Ohio through JD Vance and through Peter Thiel, because Peter Thiel is investing heavily in Ohio in a number of different projects, as, by the way, is JD Vance. Now, I brought this up when we talked about the Board of Peace. It turns out there's no legal prohibition for a vice president to accept money from outside sources. Dick Cheney made $1 million a year from Halliburton while he was in office, and people were outraged about it. But it's not technically illegal. And JD Vance currently actively has a number of investments in companies that are benefiting not only from the technocratic agenda, but also from defense in the wars that we are waging. So understand that's going on, and I suspect that's by design. I mean, I guarantee you, Thiel's a chess player, and he's aware of the fact that, hey, if I put this guy in here, he's not even subject to the same scrutiny that the president is. Not that Trump is acting in kind of good faith with respect to not monetizing the position. That's another topic for another day. But this is essentially what's going on. So the importance of Ohio and all of this was leveraged for the VP position, and then everything else we're going to talk about tonight from a technocracy perspective stems from all of this. So we can now connect the threads. Max Fisher in the 1950s in Ohio to J.D. Vance to the White House, and kind of start putting together the whole network. I don't know can you see that? Yeah, you should be able to see that fairly well.
Yep, I can see that pretty well.
So I'll just say the high level, and then we can dig into the details. So it starts with Max Fisher mentoring Wexner, co-founding the Mega Group. Then you have Robert Maxwell involved and Epstein involved in managing Wexner's money, and then all of the connections and all the various things that the Maxwell daughters are involved in. And then you have Peter Thiel in here connected to J.D. Vance, that then for some reason I can't read this got this thing in the way, but then that feeds into Vivek Ramaswamy and others. Now, I've talked about Vivek on this show before. I met with Vivek. I spent time with Vivek. Vivek has read my book. We were talking about CBDCs, and he's another one who convinced a lot of people he was a libertarian. In fact, he convinced a lot of the libertarians in New Hampshire, and I was like scratching my head. I was not a huge fan, by the way, of Vivek. The fact that he read my book is not an indication of the fact that I supported him. I looked at his background and his ties and everything that he'd done in big pharma and everything else, and we may get into that later as well. But this guy did not seem in any way, shape, or form like a libertarian. And it turns out, surprise, he's a technocrat, and he's tied all directly into this. And he's now behind 10 points in the polls for governor, which interestingly may turn out to be a good thing. But understand, it really makes you think, all right, well, and when you see everything that's going on in Ohio, how much of this was contrived? You have J.D. Vance as VP, grooming him to be president, pushing more power into the executive branch, bringing in AI under the guise of efficiency to roll out technocracy. And then you have as an idea to put Vivek in as governor in Ohio to help execute a kind of a technocracy plan in Ohio. Because if you hear everything about what Vivek has been saying in Ohio, if you haven't tuned into him since the presidential race, he has been talking about exactly these things, putting in place. Again, he presents it as being this pro-industry, pro-jobs thing, but when you dig into it, it's just pure technocracy.
Yeah. Well, and Vivek, he went to school in Cincinnati, and he was top of his class, I think, at St. Xavier down in Cincinnati. Obviously went off to school. Very fishy how he made all of his money. I mean, he had almost no staff. And yet he landed some big contracts. A lot of that stuff fed into the mRNA jab and so forth. And then obviously we have Vance, who, the whole hillbilly elegy, the whole story, that whole thing. And then, like you said, the $15 million backing by Thiel. And it's clearly Ohio, right? I mean, there's clearly, and what's even funnier, Aaron, is as I was going to find a video, as I was doing some research, sure enough, on YouTube comes up an ad, Vivek Ramaswamy, and it was almost comical, because you're like, you can't, it's just, they're coming hard, right? He's 10 points behind in the polls, but that's nothing that they can't overcome or they haven't overcome before. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a massive amount of money come in and a massive push for this guy, because they kind of need him, right? He's a part of the puzzle. I mean, they need someone they can control in the governor's spot for all these different components, right? The data centers, Anduril, the banking that's coming along with Erebor, the energy that's going on down on the river, right? The conversion over to nuclear again, and so forth. I mean, and you see these nuclear players coming in hard. I don't know if you've been following the news, but they're coming in hard. I mean, they're coming in with force. So they kind of need him, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a major financial push behind him in the near future if it's not already there.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is happening in other states. Some of this is happening in New Hampshire too. So part of this, as we're describing this, there are things that are happening in parallel in New Hampshire that are being presented as big economic opportunities. And I don't think people are examining the implications of how some of the stuff is getting funded, because it's not a pure free market type of situation. This is stuff that ends up being funded by taxpayers to the benefit of a small number of large technocratic corporations. And it gets pitched as being about free markets, but in essence, it's subsidizing digital slavery in many cases. Now, there could be nuances to it. It doesn't have to be that way. It just so happens that every time it actually happens in reality, that's the way that it works. And so we're going to start digging now into some of the specifics of the mechanics of what happens at the state level in Ohio, starting with, do you want to talk about this, this liquor tax, how liquor tax works, and JobsOhio?
That's something I actually haven't followed that much, Aaron. I don't know if you have a little bit of background on that or not. I mean, that's not something I've followed all that closely, but.
All right. So this is fascinating. There are a couple of different, and again, states have their different scams and different ways that they do things. Lotteries. Here in New Hampshire, we have state-run liquor stores and everything else. But in Ohio, there's $1.4 billion in liquor tax revenue expected to come in through 2053, which flows to a private corporation that's exempt from all public record laws. So JobsOhio controls Ohio's economic development. It hands out billions in incentives, and you can't see a single document. So this was something created in 2011 by John Kasich. So the first state to, quote, fully privatize economic development, and it's funded by liquor tax revenue. So again, is public-private partnership, but I don't know what you call liquor tax revenue going to a private corporation that doesn't have any reporting requirements, that is then being used to invest in and set incentives, tax abatements, and cut economic deals. The board is comprised of private citizens. There are no elected officials. There's no accountability. And so the result of this is $2.5 billion in data center deals with no public oversight. So again, when somebody says, oh, well, we have data centers coming, all right, well, who's actually paying for that? What are the mechanics of this? And so this is one thing. So JobsOhio handles the money. So I don't know if you've how familiar you are with JobsOhio.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. It's I know that it's well, like you said, I mean, that the liquor, the tax revenues, and so forth gets pushed through it. But it's I mean, it's kind of a corporate welfare system, right, to some extent. And
absolutely.
And so, like you said, I mean, they redirect public funds to private companies with almost no oversight. And I know that there were advisory ties with Kasich, and that's one thing I just haven't spent that much time with, is on the JobsOhio part of it. Do you have much more on that, Aaron? Because I can go on about it, but it's not really.
No, I don't have a lot on that. This is one piece of it, and so JobsOhio handles some of the money and some of the incentives, and then you move into technocratic control, and now we move into InnovateOhio.
Yeah.
So I don't know if do you want to talk about InnovateOhio, or you want me to do kind of an overview?
Yeah, just do an overview on that if you can.
So in 2019, Mike DeWine, governor, signed an executive order creating InnovateOhio. And the goal of this was a digital transformation of all state agencies, which includes a mandatory Ohio ID, or OHID for every citizen. And on the original board of that were a number of people, including J.D. Vance. And so this was created again by executive order. And the original board actually had three people. Keith Kwame, he's with Kolsla Ventures, who I'm very familiar with, out on the West Coast. Their entire Vinod Khosla used to be a part of Kleiner Perkins, which back in the day was like the premier venture capital firm. They invested in a whole bunch of early stage stuff in the 80s and 90s. And then Khosla went off, and he is as liberal as it gets. In fact, most of their portfolio companies and their investments are designed for government contracts. This guy is about as far left as it can get. And if you're talking about green energy projects and or whatever, this is what they're about. So this InnovateOhio board had that guy, big lefty, Bernie Moreno, who's a player in blockchain, and JD Vance. And the goal was single sign-on for every state interaction and complete digital tracking. So, of course, and how do they package it? How do they sell it? As convenience. So, I mean, you're seeing here, right, where JD Vance, he was muted. He's always been he was like a quiet. I don't think most people were probably aware that he was on that board, right, back 7 years ago. But he's been pushing technocracy subtly behind the scenes for a long time. And so digital ID is individual tracking, but it doesn't stop there. They also needed citywide control. And this is where we get into the Smart Columbus project.
Yeah. Well, and Ramaswamy was on that board too, right?
It didn't show that he was on that. He might have been, but my research just had those three guys.
I think he later joined that board as well.
That was the original board. So this has been around for a long time, right? So this was just the original board. So just to be clear, JD Vance was involved from the very beginning of architecting that. And yeah, you very well may be right. I actually do think Vivek was on that because I remember him getting some flack for that, and remembering him doing some mental gymnastics thing, kind of like he did with the Soros thing.
He wasn't originally on, but he came on later. Yeah, I think he later joined that board. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And let me add to that too. This is connected to Narya Capital, right?
Yep.
And Narya Capital is a Thiel, Peter Thiel funded $100 million of funding that went into, and essentially it was to me, here was my thought on it always. This Narya Capital was a, mostly, I don't know what percent Thiel funded it, but it was definitely Thiel funded it. What it did is it gave JD Vance credibility as a venture capital player. The problem is I did some, searching around in this Narya Capital. It's just a front. It's literally a rental post office box. I went to the building. Literally you could rent the place out for like a wedding or something like that, and they had a couple offices upstairs. And it had $100 million in assets in it at the time. And there's nobody there, right? There's no secretary, there's no office, there's nothing. Now, in today's digital world, that's not that big of a deal. But again, this is, JD Vance's connection to this to some extent with this Narya Capital. And then, so this links JD Vance, Peter Thiel, right, back into this InnovateOhio to some degree. And ultimately, these ecosystems tie back to Cantor Fitzgerald as well. Right.
Yep.
Yeah. From that, this Kavame, or how do we?
I think it's Kavame, but
how do we pronounce his name?
I think it's Kavame.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So then he founded this Kavame. So he founded this firm, Drive Capital, which received a lot of funding from Ohio State University. Okay, so that connects us back to Ohio State, and this raised concerns about, again, links back to Wexner, right? Overlapping ties with him. And not only that, then we get into this, I think it was the Ohio High Investment Opportunities Growth Fund that was formed by this Kavame, right? And it's essentially a sovereign wealth fund, right? We've talked about sovereign wealth funds in here, right? And it's a way to it's a way to discreetly push money into different places, because you don't really know how it functions. You don't know where it comes from. But I think all these things are tied back to this, InnovateOhio.
Yep. It's tied back to InnovateOhio, JobsOhio, and then it expands from there. And the important thing to understand is that the groundwork is being laid through government initiatives, and then these guys come in behind the scenes and profit off of it personally through venture capital. And that's the real important thing to understand. And I know there's some people, I have a suspicion. So it's been well documented that Peter Thiel has more than one of these kind of secret society things. And I suspect that part of the gatherings that have been going on are to design infiltration at the state level. And I think it's happening not only in Ohio, I think it's happening in New Hampshire. I think it's happening in a variety of places, because we are seeing the playbook from by people that I know are connected to Peter Thiel. And it's amazing the way that they all describe it. And they even start justifying, well, passing regulations that you then benefit from, that's not a bad thing. And they start actually trying to sell that and confuse that as being pro-capitalism and pro liberty and libertarian. Again, to me, the worrying part about this is that Peter Thiel has gained a lot of credibility as being a libertarian, which I knew was gone in 2015. We had conversations with Jason Sorens, who's the creator of the Free State Project. And when we were looking at this then, when he got behind Trump in 2015, we knew something was wrong. But I think some people haven't gotten the memo. So some people are looking at some of the investments that he made back in the day and things like seasteading and some of the comments that he's made. They're not looking at the influence that Curtis Yarvin has had, and they're not looking at what he actually has done politically and strategically, the bets that he has placed, particularly in the U.S. Senate and in other areas, and what those policies are. So there's a disconnect between his old branding and his actual body of work and what he's been doing. But again, to me, if you can't look at Palantir doing audits, recommending audits to the IRS, if that isn't enough for you, then like I said, you're either a fed or you're retarded from a libertarian perspective. So, but we now have Columbus. So Wexner is huge in Columbus, right? He's based at, well, he's in a lot of places, but he has a base of operations in Columbus too, right?
Yeah. He has a big estate in New Albany. Yeah.
Yep. And so in 2016, Columbus wins the U.S. Department of Transportation Smart City Challenge. So $50 million in federal grants plus $90 million in matching funds. So again, this is how this stuff happens. Patrick Wood has discussed a lot about this, about a lot of how, zoning changes, a lot of things that are going on are being pushed outside of the local boundaries, and they're using grants and incentives, and people just aren't paying attention to it. So what was the stated goal? Eliminate private vehicle ownership. This was literally the design. So they built a centralized data platform for tracking all transportation. So, I mean, again, this, by the way, is a hallmark of technocracy going back to the 1930s. In the 1930s, they were talking about electric cars in the future and about people not owning cars and doing ride sharing. So these are completely technocratic programs. They don't call them that, but they are the essence. They are the very essence of technocracy. So Smart Columbus was the urban test. But now we're going to get into, New Albany, which is, this is just a fascinating story here. And I was not aware of the extent of this, but in 1986, Les Wexner and Jack Kessler bought farmland east of Columbus. And Craig, do you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah. So so let's just kind of bounce back and forth on this, because I know you've got a lot on this too. I think, right? You've got a lot on this as well.
I've got some data on it as well. Yeah. Okay,
good. So essentially, they what we have is a lot of flow of funds, right? We can see, I think what we're saying here is, we've got this, liquor tax, we've got these different outside sources of funds moving around through different things. We've got these grants and things moving around, right? Lots of money flowing in, and somebody's directing traffic here, right? And so, okay, who's directing traffic? Well, if you look at what Wexner's influence over Ohio, again, he's got his name over, all these medical buildings, the Wexner Center for Arts, all these different things, right? And so he's able in the 1980s to create a lot of influence in the sense that he's figured out and he has enough influence to say, okay, here's our city. We have this, here's our city. We have this outer belt. We're going to buy all this land up here in New Albany. We're going to use aggressive tactics to do that. Okay. Aggressive land acquisition tactics. And part of that requires Epstein. Epstein's a part of this. And as they're putting this together, they need road access and they need different things. So what does Wexner do? He goes to the powers that be, and he gets a road, that runs right up into New Albany, right? So what does that do? It allows it to grow, like Aaron said, from 1,100 people to, 1,500 people to 11,000, right? Because now you have, people willing to go there. And it's a very high end. New Albany is a very high, it's turned, again, maybe we'll go back and backtrack into how it got developed, but where it's at now is, and where it's been growing over the last 25 to 30 years is a very high end city with, properties that are, again, for the Midwest, for some people who live on the coast, maybe this doesn't seem like a lot, but for the Midwest, a home that's 750 to, $2 or $3 million, a pretty significant home in the Midwest. And you get a lot of those up there, right? And it looks really nice, right? You drive through there, it's all fences, horse fences, everything. And when you're driving, basically this road 161 goes, or is it 16? Anyway, the road that it goes north and south. And so off to the east is New Albany, and off to the west was a lot of farmland that was left wide open. And that's where we're seeing all these data centers, right? That's that's on the slide, right? We're starting to see all those things form up in there, and it's going fast. I mean, a couple of years ago, it was literally all farmland. And then all of a sudden it's, there's massive structures going up in that area. And so this, again, how does all this stuff get funded, right? The Ohio Fund invests in these things, right? The Amazon data center development, that's a big one that's gone in up there, right? I don't know. Do you want to add to that, Aaron? Anything to that? Before I go on to this?
So if you look at, this New Albany is it's a company. It's a company town. The whole thing is a master planned community. And here's the funny thing about it is that Jeffrey Epstein was the co-president of it. So this thing was funded, that started by Les Wexner and Jack Kessler. Jeffrey Epstein's the co-president, and then the town grows from 1,500 to 11,000 residents. And so now this company town hosts Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, Ohio. It has 193 data centers, mostly in this corridor. And so Epstein literally designed this town where big tech now lives, in the center of Ohio. So I don't think that people I haven't heard a lot of talk about the connection between Epstein and data centers and AI on this scale. So literally right in the middle of Ohio, right in the middle of this technocratic thing, Epstein was the co-president of the thing, funded by Les Wexner. So to me, that's just, it's mind-boggling. And, I want to get some more videos and pictures of all the data centers here, but that is just crazy.
Well, and I think it really, what it really does for me anyway is it connects the dots from the, again, Fisher through Central Ohio, through Wexner, through Epstein, and now this, where we're going with it now, right? These data centers, which is where we're going into the third, data point here, which is the data centers and again, the defense industry, which we'll talk about here in a little bit with Andrew. But you can see that connection taking place, right? That transition. Hopefully we're doing a good enough job here of explaining, this connection. And this Jack Kessler was an interesting character, right? This was back to Bank One. Remember, a lot of this goes to, Aaron, like a lot of the development on Epstein Island came through this organization too, right? They were a part of developing that. So Kessler was associated with Bank One, associated with different banking operations. So again, banking, we're going to see that continue to pop up with this Euribor, but the banking component to this, and then you think about the connection with Bank One gets acquired at some point. I forget exactly when it occurred, but it gets acquired by JP Morgan. Same kind of a situation. So it's a lot of dirty banking going on here for sure, right? And it's happening right here. And like you said, I think your first slide was mysterious money moving about, something like that, right? That's what this feels like to me in all different ways. It's just, either taxpayer money or outside investment money, all going in and developing this city, like you said, master plan city with, with massive amount of investment going into it. And the other part of it too is the control factor. I mean, who's in control of this at this point, right? I mean, as this thing gets bigger and bigger, let's say you get Vivek Ramaswamy in there as governor. I mean, he oversees it, but is it sort of just operate on its own? Is it sort of its own little city, that can't be stopped? Because, I mean, you have to think about that. What does it lead to? Who controls this? Who can stop it?
Yeah, no, I mean, nobody can stop it again. And remember, what you have to understand is that the ideology of technocracy is, Curtis Yarvin's talking about monarchies and CEOs and everything else, but the whole concept behind this does not involve individual rights at all or property rights. So you have to understand the people that are doing this and implementing this, they don't care about the Constitution. Vivek goes around talking about the Constitution. He goes around dressed up in a Texas cowboy hat with the Texas flag and everything else. And he goes around all over the place. He's well versed in the Constitution, but he's not particularly interested in actually, enforcing it or pushing it. It's a great cover story. And in the end, these guys believe that, there should be philosopher kings, and they believe they should be managing all of these resources. And so they're using a lot of propaganda to position this, even fooling libertarians into thinking that they're about liberty and about restoring the Constitution. And they're not doing that. They're implementing things like, these cities and then allocating funds in a way, because again, this isn't free market. To expand a little bit on this. So we have New Albany, which is this corporate town. But then the data centers that are going into the town, all right, how are those getting funded? And again, this is where I want to make the very clear distinction that this isn't about being anti-technology or even anti-data center, but it's about who's funding it. Because you can go back to the 1980s and you can go back, and I'm pretty sure I remember Milton Friedman doing a segment or two on Free to Choose about this that shows kind of what happens when you have government incentives. You have a situation where, a company will come in based on initial incentives. And then when the incentives go away, they leave. And then you end up with Allentown, Pennsylvania. You end up with communities that are completely devastated because those artificial incentives that taxpayers pay for look great in the short term. They make the politician look great. It makes it look like, hey, look, with these data centers, you have construction jobs where people are making $100,000 a year plus working on these construction jobs. But then when they get built and then the incentives go away, the data centers move and then there's nothing left. There's a hollowed out town, a husk of a town there. And in the case of what's going on in Ohio, again, Ohio is the fourth most data centers in America, 193 facilities. Intel alone got $2 billion in state incentives plus $650 million in 30-year tax breaks. So these facilities need 40 million gallons of water per day by 2030 versus 140 million gallons for 1.25 million Central Ohio residents. So look at that. When we're talking about almost a third of the entire water consumption for 1.25 million people is going to just these AI facilities. By the way, this is becoming an issue already. There are big water shortages emerging in Nevada, big issues going on in Texas. This is a real thing. This isn't people being worried about something that might happen in the future. This is going on actively right now. So this is a real problem. And again, this was all done with financial incentives. So you have the company that Epstein was the co-president of, that Wexner owns, benefiting from this. They own all of the land. They bought the farmland, converted the farmland into these data centers, and the data centers are there because of these tax incentives. And these tax incentives are at the state level, pushed by JD Vance, pushed by all of these people from the top down to benefit themselves and their friends. So this is clearly what's going on. And you're looking at in Ohio, 23.3% increase in electricity. It's the third worst nationally, all enabled by JobsOhio deals with zero public transparency. So this is what's going on just with the data center side. And as Craig said, the data center side is it's one piece of it. I mean, this extends now, it goes to defense, it goes to financial services. This is just one segment. So we're trying to give a high level overview of these segments, but we could, do full episodes on digging into each one of these. We probably won't. I mean, the problem with this is kind of to zoom out, technocracy is global. The technocrats behind the scenes and the multinational corporations that are pushing this are pulling the levers at the local, state, federal, and multinational level. They're pushing towards a global technocratic end state. We're paying for it. That is the bottom line. So we're drilling into Ohio now, but just understand, I would like to see other people start to dig into their state, because you're going to find this. And somewhere under this, we're going to find these secret, society meetings that Peter Thiel has, where he's actually recruiting and coordinating people to do this, just as he's been recruiting U.S. senators, in Arizona, and then JD Vance. And there's I could do a whole thing on his political contributions over time. There's a whole interconnected piece to it. I mean, again, they're smart. Thiel's smart. These people are smart. They just don't care about individual rights. They don't care about the Constitution. And people need to understand that, because they've wrapped themselves in the flag of libertarianism.
Yep. Well, and the way that I equate this to some degree, it's something that we've seen through time is, the football stadium, right? Somebody has a franchise. They say, oh, we're going to move to this town, but you guys have to put together a football stadium for us, right? So essentially, the city gets together, they put together a football stadium or some sort of a stadium. The residents end up paying the taxes on it, right? They float the bonds. The local citizens are on the hook for it. And ultimately that football team, that franchise, could leave whenever they want, and it's the same kind of a thing. So you really have no control. And the way they sell it to the people is, well, this is good for your community, right? This is good for your community to have this sports team here, because, it brings a lot of activity down here. It brings commerce. It brings, the willingness to want to live in this city. It brings other things. And if you relate that back to these data centers, it's that same kind of a thing. It's like, well, what are we getting for this? Is it so that we can get on our keyboard and look at ChatGPT or something, like look something up? Like, we have to wonder what this is all leading to, right, Aaron? It's like, okay, so this money's coming around from all these mysterious channels. It's getting funneled through these mysterious entities. Okay, it's going into this mysterious city, right? That's got this mysterious background, and all of a sudden these things are popping up, and we have no idea how much electricity is being used. We're not being told. It's not being put on a billboard. How much water is being used? It's not being put on a billboard, and the people are just subject to whatever's happening. And I think you're right. I think they go to these obvious places, but you can't help but draw the connection of JD Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ohio guys, and then Epstein and Fisher and Wexner and all this stuff. And you say, and it's really, when I saw Whitney Webb's article and you sent that to me, I was reading through that, and it's really hard to believe that this was structured as far back as the 1980s, and that they knew where they were going with this, right? I don't think that this just sort of like, oh, here's an opportunity, let's seize it. I think this was moving in a direction already back then. This wasn't just about building a nice little community called New Albany with beautiful homes and beautiful, fences and horse farms and stuff like that. I think this was already something that was laid out, because we see the things Epstein was involved in, right? He was involved in Bitcoin. He was involved in, sending money to the MIT labs. He was involved in all these different things. So it's hard to say that this is just an opportunity that they've seized and that this wasn't some sort of an agenda that's been in place for a long period of time.
No, I mean, it is an agenda. And again, you know what the agenda is. The agenda is a global system backed by energy credits with a AI surveillance system and social credit scores. This is known. This is fully documented. This is a blueprint. This is written in the Technocracy manuals. This then was carried forward by Brzezinski and Rockefeller with the formation of the Trilateral Commission, which then pushed through to the UN and is integrated in with the WEF and all these other things. And by the way, I have to point out, Epstein, co-president of this thing, managing Wexner's money, was also very close with and had as a mentor David Rockefeller. Epstein himself was part of the Trilateral Commission. Epstein was involved in the WEF. So, I have been saying for 3.5, 4 years now, there's this whole big question of, well, who controls things and everything else. And the way you find the answer to that out is by tracking who they are. We know Patrick Wood has been tracking who's been in the Trilateral Commission. There are 400 plus people. They're on rotating boards. You have the Club of Rome. You have the Bilderberg Group. You have these groups, which, by the way, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp are part of the Bilderberg Group. This isn't a mystery, and it's not many people. And the fact that, Les Wexner's Jewish, Epstein's Jewish, that doesn't, when you look at the overall composition of WEF and these other things, it's not a Jewish conspiracy. This is one part of it. There are groups of people that happen to interlock with these international organizations that push policy. They push global policy, just like the IEA pushes these climate lockdown things, right? I put out a post on that with the 10 different things that they're suggesting, based on odd or even license plate numbers. You should drive in, you should stay at home, so on and so forth, giving all of this guidance. It's an unelected group, but that sets policy for nations all over the world for things like this. They use these international organizations to set standards that then get adopted by government, that they then benefit from, that have nothing to do with national sovereignty. They erode national sovereignty, and they erode national sovereignty to prop up technocracy. So there really isn't any mystery about what the end game is. To me, again, the Gaza reconstruction plan is the most concrete thing we ever have. That if you've ever said, well, this sounds like a conspiracy theory, it's not. It's now a business plan that you can read the full business plan of, but there are a lot of these business plans, and they're going on in different places. And this is essentially, to your point, Craig, that is coordinated. Now, while it's coordinated, they fight amongst themselves, right? So all of these technocrats agree on what the end game is. They don't agree on who controls it. I've said for a long time that, one, I don't think they're going to succeed, but they might wipe out humanity in the process. But the biggest opportunity here is to get them fighting amongst themselves over who's going to control this, because it's not like this is a group of people that are so lockstep that they're not going to kill each other for control of the overall system. Maybe you're going to have Bill Gates, maybe you're going to have Elon Musk, but they're moving in the same direction, but they have different language. It's kind of like you have Yuval Noah Harari, you have Curtis Yarvin, and people think that's a difference. And what a way they fooled libertarians. And I'm going to come down hard. I'm going to be speaking at the Libertarian National Convention, not as a candidate. My topic is going to be more related to cryptocurrency and tokenization, but I may wrap that into this, because I think a lot of them don't know. I mean, I'm not actually saying, I think that, in fact, I think there's a deliberate intention by Thiel to send in chaos actors to disrupt the libertarian movement. Again, I think Thiel's very smart, and I think that this stuff needs to be identified and isolated. But what we've seen what's going on in Ohio with what we've discussed with digital IDs. We've already discussed data centers, and now we have what they're doing on the defense side. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
Yeah. Can you run that one clip? I think it's a pretty good spot. That one with Chamath Palihapitiya, that one I sent you. Because I want to set this up. I think that will that take you a second, or
well, so here's the issue that I have is this. Something happened, and I don't know what it is, but all of the settings on my browser. So for instance, I can't share. I'm using Brave. I can't share a different app. So I have to figure out how to now put this stuff without rebooting and restarting.
Okay. So we
thing.
can't
Now,
run.
no, we can run it.
or-
I just need to figure out.
Oh.
I've got to figure out a way to do this. So I think I can do this. Hold on 1 second. I have to do it as a
Let me
tab.
try to set that up while you're doing that. See if I can explain this. So Chamath Palihapitiya is known for these things called SPACs, right? And he's also an owner of a basketball team. I forget which one it is. I want to say it was the, you remember? Maybe the Milwaukee. I don't think it's Milwaukee.
Was it the
Bucks.
Clippers?
Anyway,
LA Clippers or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
Something like yeah.
yeah. So
I don't know why that comes to
he
mind.
owns,
That could be
he's a,
wrong.
yeah. He's a partial owner of an NBA basketball team. I don't know what portion, but significant. And he got involved in these things. You know, he made his money in a lot of different ways, but he got involved in these things called SPACs, special purpose acquisition. I don't know, somethings, right? And so essentially what it was, a way to aggregate money. Okay. So this guy's really good at aggregating money. Now, he's also one of the guys that was with David Sachs, who's our part-time crypto czar, who was in San Francisco, as Aaron stated earlier, that was raising money that actually helped get JD Vance from Ohio senator to vice presidential candidate and selected by the Trump administration. There have been a couple tech roundtables where, you know, you have the whole cast there. You got Bill Gates, you've got Mark Zuckerberg, you've got the Amazon, the Google guys, you've got them all there, Apple guys, all of them. And next to Trump was Zuckerberg. Okay. Next to him was Chamath Palihapitiya's wife, who's deeply tied to India, big money coming out of India, and then Chamath Palihapitiya. So he was sitting right at the table. Now, this is him explaining, you know, they're basically the 150 people in the world. So I think there's a pretty good clip before we get into Andrew.
There's about 150 people that run the world. Anybody who wants to go into politics, they're all fucking puppets, okay? There are 150, and they're all men that run the world, period, full stop. They control most of the important assets. They control the money flows. And these are not the tech entrepreneurs. Now, they are going to get rolled over the next 5 to 10 years by the people that are really underneath pulling the strings. And when you get behind the curtain and see how that world works, what you realize is it is unfairly set up for them and their progeny. First order of business is, I want to break through and be at that table. That's the first order of business. And the way that I do that is by proving that I can do what they do as well as they do it. And then do it better than how they do it. Because at the end of the day, they are commercial fucking animals. And they'll open the door out of curiosity and they'll let me stay because I add value. And then once I'm there, I can open the door for other people who can try to do the same thing. So my entire goal now is to be in a position to aggregate enough of the capital of the world to then reallocate it against my worldview. And I'm not saying my worldview is the best or right, but it is mine. And at the end of the day, there are 150 other fucking guys with their worldview, and they don't give a shit what you think about their fucking worldview. That's the truth. And so why not me? Why not? Why not one of you? Why not? And so in my life now, I'm just kind of like, why not? Why the fuck not?
I think that fits perfectly. What do you think, Aaron? I mean,
Oh yeah, it absolutely fits perfectly. I mean, and at this point, yeah.
Well, he's talking about, you know, the 150 that control things. And he said, it's not the technology group. This was 5 years ago, right? That was 5 years ago, but it's going to become that technology group. That's what he says. I mean, I think, look, I don't like the guy, but I think he's totally on point that, and they don't care about your worldviews. And I don't think the technocracy, right? The technocrats, I don't think they're going to care about anybody's worldviews. And that's what we're seeing at this local level in Ohio. That's what we're seeing in Gaza too, right? I mean, we're seeing this IMET corridor. It's the same model, basically, right, Aaron? It's the same models we're seeing here in Ohio. It requires different players, different components, different things, but ultimately it's driving towards the same endpoint, right? These controlled cities. and, you know, data centers and all these other things, right, that are going to lead to robotics. And, you know, I mean, you can only, everybody knows. I mean, anybody who's watching this, I don't think there's anybody who needs to realize, you know, people realize where this is heading. You know what I mean? These data centers. And that's what we're going to get into with Anduril, right? I mean, I think this is a perfect setup for what we're getting into here with Anduril and these drones, right? I think it's a perfect setup for that. So if you want, I don't know if you want me to jump into that or you want to start off on it.
Yeah, I'm going to give a quick overview on this, and then we can we can drill into it. But you know, again, the previous video clip. I mean, yeah, even David Rockefeller and these others have been talking about the elite class and believing that elites should control things. None of this has been hidden. I think that there's just a disconnect. But you know, I think the quote. I'm trying to find the exact quote. There are a couple of good ones from, here we go. For more than a century, ideological extremists at either end of the political spectrum have seized upon well-publicized incidents such as my encounter with Castro to attack the Rockefeller family for the inordinate influence they claim to wield over American political and economic institutions. Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interest of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure, one world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty and I'm proud of it. So again, they don't hide the disconnect that we have is we've been propagandized to the point where we won't even accept the truth when it's blatantly flashed in front of our eyes. We still want to believe that this isn't going on. People still want to believe that their vote matters and that democracy works and everything else, and that this doesn't exist. But this does exist. And they say it overtly. The founding UN documents talked about the creation of a one world government. When you read the UN Agenda 2030 and what it describes, it outlines technocracy. And the UN Agenda 2030 is a direct offshoot of the Trilateral Commission and their influence on the New International Economic Order from 1974, which was built on technocracy. This is, again, none of this is hidden. None of this is speculation. They don't hide this, but people refuse to either understand it or accept it. So what he said is not a myth. This is absolutely the case. And so, you know, they believe in global government and a technocracy controlled by elites. And I don't think the tech folks are any better. In fact, I think in some ways the tech folks are worse. And now a lot of times what happens with these tech companies is they end up getting controlled by the investors, and capital becomes how these organizations end up getting shaped. So I mean, we talked about Coleslaw and everything else, but having been a serial entrepreneur, I started my first tech company I was 19. I've met with 150 VCs. I've seen how the process works. They control the access to capital and they direct how your business can function. And whether or not you get access to capital markets, whether or not you can go public, the whole thing is controlled at that level. So even as he was talking about the 150 that control the world, they might not be technologists, but they own the technologists and they own the direction of how they operate. And so this has been the case. So we may get a new class of people, but that new class has actually been indoctrinated, as evidenced by what he said in the clip. He just wants to become like them. He's not even sitting there saying, I want to change and, you know, change anything in any material way. He just wants to be one of the guys at the table. This is one of the things I have consistently said has been disappointing about Bitcoin maxis, is that early on people started out looking at central banks with disgust. And then it turns out for the ones that are left as maxis pushing the position that they push right now, they're looking at it with envy. They actually just want to become like that. They envision a new pyramid with themselves at the top. They call it the Citadel. They have all these diagrams about it. It's no different than the Rockefeller system at all. None of it's different. It's just that they're at the top of it. And so, yeah, this is what is happening. And at some point, the glorification, and again, I come at this from a libertarian perspective, as of an entrepreneur influenced by Ayn Rand, that is where I come at it. And then at some point, you actually have to observe what's going on and realize that, free markets have been hijacked. Libertarianism has been hijacked. It's been hijacked by technocrats, and a lot of people don't recognize it. And so moving into Andrel, though, so $1 billion, 5 million square feet, 4,000 workers. This is what Andrel is building, Arsenal 1 in Ohio. It's the largest autonomous weapons manufacturing facility in America. And what we are talking about here are AI-powered drones and unmanned systems made in the heartland. So, if you're worried about jobs leaving, the military-industrial complex just moved in. So war is great for business, right? What's going on right now in the Middle East? Perfect. How much are we up to? Last time I checked, it was $34 billion, but that was a few days ago, and it seems like they're ramping up. And so Andrel is Palmer Luckey's defense tech company, backed by Peter Thiel. And, we've already talked about some of the aspects of it. It's in Ohio, strategic for manufacturing, testing, labor. They have contracts with the Department of Defense, Border Patrol, allied nations. And the vision is to mass produce autonomous weapons like cars at a massive economy of scale. So that's my intro to Andrel.
Yeah. And so I've done a lot of watching this stuff. I mean, I watched a couple weeks ago on Bloomberg, there was and then you could even get more access to it. There was this, I think it's called the Hill and Valley Conference, right? And it's pretty much Peter Thiel's umbrella. And it's all the people that he's founded, Andrel being one of the biggest ones, but it's not the only one. There's a lot of these other things going in. It could be in your town. It could be, Andrel's not just in Ohio either. It's got its development, it's R&D out in California, Northeast. I think somewhere up around you, Aaron, they do something, but then they also have a manufacturing facility for unmanned submarines. I think it's being built in Australia. So this is becoming a pretty big company pretty quickly. And I watched a couple of videos, and I think it's pretty clear what they're doing. Right now, they're giving full access to the facility. So there's nothing in there, right? It's just a building, an empty shell. And they've got these, station 1, station 2, station 27, station 32. And you can tell it's a very modular type of a feel where they're going to be able to move things in and out as things change. So right now, their primary thing is to build this Fury, right? This unmanned drone. And so they're going to, I think they've sent 30 people, right, from Ohio to California to figure out how they're going to do it, right? They do the R&D there, they get all the parts and pieces, and then they're going to bring it back to Ohio and start mass producing this again, supposedly with humans, right? Supposedly they're going to get to the 4,000 target. People are questioning this target of 4,000 employees because they don't believe it's really going to happen. What they really believe is this is going to be machines making machines at some point in the near future, and at least to some degree. So the goal is by the end of 2026, they're going to have this ramped up to I think 250 workers. So essentially what you're doing is, you're getting out of high school, and you're jumping into the, this, I don't know if this is what people dream to do, to go out and build drones that are going to be doing nothing but surveillance and, but Ohio does have a background in this, right? Ohio, up in Lima, Ohio, we built tanks. We have built things in the past in Ohio. So there is a little bit of a flavor for this, and I don't know if there's any connection to that or not, but so these are essentially defense drones being built in Ohio. Ohio's on the front line of this. And so you get out of high school, you go build drones, and we've got this guy, Palmer Luckey, who's heading this thing up, and a couple other Peter Thiel kind of characters. And this guy, he's got this funny goatee. He's always got a Hawaiian shirt on. And, he comes across as kind of a friendly kind of a, guy. And they're doing this big marketing campaign right now to make it accepted in Ohio. It's and even in California, right? It's to be accepted. And, while there's nothing to be exposed, but I can almost assure, I'm almost sure that what'll happen in 2 or 3 years, you're not going to get interviews with these guys, and you're not going to get inside the factory. You're not going to see anything. And it's going to be a very closed down thing. And it's going to be a lot like we're talking about with these other things where, it's like a data center, right? You've got this building, and there's all this money that's gone into it. You don't know how all the money got there. You got a few people working there. Because if you go around the data centers, you might have this massive 4, 5, 6 building data center, you know, with a big electrical grid there and, you know, backup water and, you know, so that they're all equipped and they got backup generators. But there's only like 15, 20 people working there, and they're getting these huge tax abatements, you know, that go on for who knows how long. In my own town, I mean, I can, you know, I was telling Aaron the other day, I can hit golf balls to some of them. They're so close. And then right after that, there's another 4 or 5. Right after that, there's another 4 or 5 or 6. And so they're everywhere and they're getting these huge tax abatements, but there's really nobody working there. And that's essentially what it feels like is going to happen with Anduril, right? It's going to be a similar kind of a thing where you have this box and you don't necessarily know what's going on inside of it. So the on the south side of Columbus, they've taken over an old airport. I think it was mostly military. I think it was kind of a government and a military and also private for a long time. It still might be Rickenbacker. I think they still run some, you know, commercial aircraft out of there. But this also goes back to, I think, where you know, again, it's connected back to Epstein and Wexner when they located the Southern Air Transport from Miami to Ohio, and they were using that. Again, it's believed to be for CIA operations, you know, because this, and that's a leap right there, right? Because now we're going from, you know, this technocracy into the defense side of, you know, we got, you know, is Wexner a CIA agent like Maxwell was? Is Epstein a CIA, Mossad, you know, MI6 agent? You know, is he a multiple agent for these? And you think, well, why would someone be an agent for multiple different countries? Well, it's because these people don't work on borders, right? This isn't a border. They don't care about borders, right? They care about, you know, the 150 have this agenda. And this is part of that agenda, is building these autonomous, you know, these, you know, unmanned drones. And so there was if you want to see the interview on this, there was a girl who did it, and the name of her like podcast or whatever she does, it's called Sorcery, right? And she's this young, cute, soft girl, and she's asking okay questions, but it's to make you feel welcomed, right? Every interview I've seen, Aaron, has been a female doing the interview with them. You know, there's never, it's very to create this soft kind of a feel, you know, like welcome me into our community. We're here to bring jobs. You know, this is a good feel. But I think it's not going to be long until this shuts down and you're going to feel like, wait a minute, like, how did this thing get funded? We have no control over stopping it now. It's already in place. It's running full speed ahead, and there's nothing we can do about stopping it. And that's what I see happening.
Yeah, there's something that I discussed last week that I want to tie into this. So just again, because what I do want to hammer home, particularly because I know a lot of the audience are liberty oriented, definitely free market oriented. Last week I talked about the new AI policy. So understand, so you have these data centers being built, you know, where maybe Epstein is literally the president of the corporate town and one of the biggest places where this is happening. And there are all of these state subsidies that are coming in. And what are the data centers for? The data centers are for AI. Well, what kind of AI? Well, remember what I said last week about the AI policy. Trump's AI policy coming out of the White House, and then the Marsha Blackburn bill. These bills give control over which AI models can even be released to the Department of Energy. Under this model, the Department of Energy will be able to determine whether or not your model can be released. Under this bill, the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, will have the decision or not to essentially go after and challenge and nullify any state law regarding AI. So if you know, so the Department of Energy determines whether an AI model can be released, and now Howard Lutnick can come in and say, well, you know, if you're in Ohio and you say, well, we don't want some aspect of this AI, we don't want these data centers, for instance, that might be pushing censorship, or as we just saw with Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, who said, you know, well, you know, if you're a government contractor or whatever, you can no longer work with Anthropic because they refused to surveil U.S. citizens and be used for the purpose of autonomous weapons, right? All of this is being set, all of this policy and what is or what is not possible is being defined by this bill through Congress and White House policy. Furthermore, the FTC will be in charge of determining whether or not the AIs are acceptable with respect to political bias, which is absurd, given the nature and the history of the FTC. And Section 230 will be eliminated, essentially making it so that the AI platforms will have actual liability. Section 230 gives you kind of immunity for hosting content. You're allowing basically a free speech platform, but if you get rid of Section 230, then the platforms themselves become liable. So you have to connect the dots here and basically say Howard Lutnick is in control of state law and nullifying state law. The Department of Energy is responsible for picking the models. The FTC is responsible for censorship. And then within that framework, data centers are being built with subsidies at the state level by taxpayers. And while all of this is going on, electricity rates are going up. This is not a free market. There is no aspect of what I just described that is a free market. So I am pro free markets and I'm pro AI. And none of that is what is happening here, because there'll be a lot of people that I've even seen as libertarians. Oh, you must be anti-tech or you must be anti-free market if you're opposing these things. And I think clearly, I've seen so many politicians that just try to misuse and misappropriate free market economics and related ideas just so that they can push something through. And it's happening at the state level. So I wanted to put that on there. And in fact, I should, as we've talked about it, I should probably put together a pretty simple diagram that puts this in place and puts this together, because that's what people need to be focusing on. Is that. Now, the other thing that I will say, though, is I continue to believe, as an example, that this whole data center concept is flawed. People are talking about, and I've mentioned the fact that I don't think AI is a bubble per se. There are bubbles. There are always bubbles in speculative markets. That's a natural part of capitalism and free markets. But think about it this way. If somebody's given billions of dollars incentives to build a data center, and then all of a sudden DeepSeek 4 is released that uses 90% less energy, then you're going to have a bunch of half-finished projects and a whole bunch of just absolute wasteland scenarios, kind of like we saw with the Rust Belt and everything else. You could see that even quicker. I actually just saw yesterday that there's basically a lot of the data center construction now is completely on hold. And what's going on in the Middle East, I mean, this may be a completely different conversation that we're having in 6 months, even about what's going on with these data centers in Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be. And I think, back to, Trump and Lutnick and, we remember, I don't know, 6 to 8 months ago, they were out saying, oh, we're going to bring back manufacturing, we're going to bring back these high-tech jobs from China, and these things. And I think the perception that they wanted us to have is that instead of, a bunch of Chinese people turning little screws, that, they're going to bring that back here, and we're going to have a bunch of people turning those little screws and putting these, these Furies and these, or unmanned drones together. But I really don't think that's going to be the case. I think there's going to be a lot of automated stuff. And Palmer Luckey sells this as, it's like, let's give everybody a gun, you know what I mean? And then we won't need war, right? It's kind of that concept, it's the Second Amendment argument. It's like, well, if everybody had a gun, there wouldn't be any crime because everybody's afraid to rob a bank because everybody's got a gun, and he's kind of coming at it from that approach. But I think it's all a facade, Aaron. I don't think that's really it might be. I don't know. He might slightly believe that himself, but Peter Thiel doesn't, because I watched that Hill and Valley conference, and this is not about that at all. You know what I mean? This is about, you can feel the momentum getting behind this in terms of, it's about, it's sort of that Epstein mentality. I don't know. Do you relate Peter Thiel at all to Epstein? Could you think they could be kind of the same type of actors? They're both facilitators of something. I don't think Thiel's at the top, and I don't think Epstein was at the top, but they're definitely hubs in the middle of this whole thing. And it feels to me like Thiel's a hub. And so I don't really, whatever Palmer Luckey is saying about give everybody a gun, I think there's a higher agenda above him that's saying, yeah, okay, you can run with that, but that's not what we're doing here. This is about this is about control. This is about, money, right? This is about winning, and I don't know. Your thoughts on that?
I think Peter Thiel is being kind of groomed to be at the top of the new class, right? So again, to the extent that there's a handoff of the guard, I think Peter Thiel is very smart and he's very strategic. I mean, I think more so even than Epstein. But I mean, he's not the guy pulling the strings. Because he's new to the game, right? And he's not like a Rockefeller or a Rothschild where he jumps in and he's inheriting the control structure. But I think he's kind of earning his piece, and I think he's poised to become certainly one of the 150. And I think he's fast tracking that. And I think because to a certain degree, the old guard, I mean, once you get down to 3 or 4 or 5 levels of, passed down intergenerational wealth, I mean, this stuff becomes, inbred and these people kind of lose their edge. But I do respect Thiel's intelligence, and again, I don't have it all mapped out, but even from what you can see that he's mapped out, he's thinking multiple moves in advance at multiple levels. And he is pushing a lot of pieces in place, right? So if you compare Peter Thiel of 20 years ago versus Peter Thiel of today, and you look at how much progress he's made, and you look at that gap and where he is now in the power structure, I doubt anybody has actually accelerated that quickly. But that's just my take.
Yeah, no, I think that fits. And for anybody who gets a chance, watch that. I know it actually isn't a bad series of interviews. There's hours and hours of content on this Hill and Valley conference in DC. It was again sponsored by Thiel, and it's good, but it's very concerning because once you watch a little bit of this, you feel how this machine's moving, right? And it's on multiple fronts. It's not just Anduril with drones, right? It's not just it's a pretty comprehensive approach here. And to me, Aaron, this is like these drones, when they're not taking out targets, I mean, they're in surveillance mode, right? They're gathering information, and they're it's the eye in the sky. It's a thing. Again, bad behavior and you're gone, right? It's you're Soleimani, right? You're just a little ember on the street burning, and I mean, it's the ultimate in surveillance, right? And then you get the swarm drones, the swarm attack drones. We've seen China has that, right? You see them doing the aerobatics and the different things instead of fireworks, so it's just very concerning to watch this, from that perspective, where it's going, but also just, the takeover of a city. I mean, what does this do to Columbus? What do a bunch of data centers and a couple manufacturing, robotic, machines making machines factories do with a bunch of tax, 20-year tax abatements? What does that do to a city over time? It's
going to end up looking like Allentown, Pennsylvania. I mean, we know how this ends up, right? Again, I'm going to find the free to choose segment from Milton Friedman, because I recall vaguely him doing a segment on that, but it sounds great at the time, right? The politician comes in and says, "Oh, we're going to bring jobs," and people vote for it because people need jobs, and then they turn out to be temporary. In this case, I think you highlighted something really important, which is the jobs aren't going to be there. Anduril's not going to have 4,000 jobs. This is something that is unique about this particular situation. They're using the promise of jobs. Those jobs will not exist. Clearly, the jobs will not exist. Look at the jobs report. Look at what's going on even this week with Oracle laying off 30,000. In fact, I wish I'd saved the tweet of just some of the recent announcements with AI. Who in the hell would hire 4,000 people? Right? I mean, Jack Dorsey's company just cut 40%. And it makes sense that you would cut 40%. But what's different is just thinking about what's going on in terms of the propaganda. Now, I don't know what's going on what's it like on the ground. And I think maybe, in Ohio, because I think maybe there is pushback. Ohio has been this swing state, important swing state, but it's tilted heavily red in recent history. But I'm getting the sense the fact that Ramaswamy is down 10 points, are people buying it? Do people in Ohio, are they buying the propaganda? Are they buying, oh, Andrew's great, it's going to be 4,000 jobs? Are they excited about the data centers, or are they concerned about the data centers? What is the average guy who is paying $42 a month now, increased average per month in electricity, and dealing with all this inflation? What do they actually think about what's going on? Do they get a sense that it's bullshit, or is this hopium on this?
Well, I don't think there's a lot of people that are that aware of it, because I don't hear people talking about it that much, just out and about. And so I think people are tired. I think they're tired of hearing about Epstein and, these other things. They're tired of, Q. They're tired of, 10D chess. They're tired of all these different things. And I think this kind of falls under that category. And so, when it becomes, here's what I think will happen is, I think they will take all those interviews that I'm talking about, right? That sorcery interview, cute young lady doing an interview with, the R&D guy out in California, another person doing the interview with Palmer Luckey at the new facility. And they'll take sound bites out of there, and they will run those things, and they will just propagandize this thing to no end, because, we've talked about this, I think, a little bit, at least we did on one of the Technocracy roundtables, this book by Anthony Sutton on FDR. I mean, when I read that book, I don't think we had a fair election in 1906, whenever Teddy Roosevelt. I really don't think we had fair elections back then. When I read that book, I really have to question if we had fair elections from 1906 until 1945, when FDR went out. I'm not sure we had fair elections. We had on it. And that's what I wonder about this. Are we, in some ways, we'll see what happens. Is Ramaswamy really, behind the curve? Is he going to be able to recover? If he doesn't, that's going to give me hope to some extent, that this thing, because they need him in here. He's part of the cog in this wheel, right? I mean, he fits with Vance. He fits with this whole thing. So if he comes from behind and he wins, it just doesn't give me a lot of hope that, there is a fair vote, even at the state level. I mean, there is a vote, maybe at the local level, I mean, why does someone want to rig a local city council meeting? City council vote. I don't know. I mean, maybe they do sometimes, but at the state level, this is Thiel in action.
Well, they usually do. Town councils are usually rigged for development contracts. This is a common playbook, and this is why when people tell me, "Oh, the change we're going to make is at a local level," the reason that I push back on that is that you have to understand, you have a town council and you have a school board. And the ability for somebody to actually take over a school board, understanding that in a lot of these smaller towns, the school is one of the largest employers in the area. And then you have teachers unions that have money. Who is going to mount who is going to be able to mount a sustained defense of that for the school board, right? That is really challenging. And on the town council side, the ugliest stuff I've ever seen. I've run for office from everywhere from the president of the United States down to school board. School board was the worst and was the absolute most malicious, intense thing. I think I might have mentioned this to you, that there was a Facebook group with 2% of the entire town in it in opposition to my running. And they were committing voter fraud. They were putting flyers without identifying who they were from. And somebody printed out the entire thing, the entire chat within the Facebook group. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like $40,000 was spent against me on mailers. These are not the illegal handouts. These are the actual mail. This is in a town of 20,000 people for a school board race. Why? Because I stood up and I said, I didn't support the budget increase. So I supported keeping the budget where it's at, which got positioned as a cut. And then I got flagged. And then it turned into this whole other thing. So my point is that, yes, maybe there are some exceptions, but by and large, this is how these town councils work. And so the town council is going to be somebody that's going to be favorable towards development contracts, including, by the way, some contracts for the development of the school itself. So the actual construction project of a school or schools can be a major piece of this entire thing. And again, the builders have a financial incentive in the outcome. How many general citizens? I mean, if you actually look at the turnout rate for these local elections, they're pretty dismal. So it's almost impossible to win control of these things and sustain it. Just when you look at the math of it and the incentives behind it. So I'm not saying that it's not possible, but when people say to me, well, the key to this is, get involved locally, I do have to roll my eyes a little bit just from the standpoint of understanding the money and the mechanics of local elections.
Well, and I think that this is, at the state level, it's part of this control, this tech, using the technology, to gain control of the political system. I mean, they've stated that, like, they don't really think we should have a vote. They think it should be, they don't really think we should. So why wouldn't we think that they're using that to take away the vote, And so who's doing that? Peter Thiel at the state level. I mean, what kind of a campaign? I mean, they have their sound bites, right, Aaron? It's like, I can already see them forming them as they're doing these interviews. I'm like, this is the perfect, I could almost cut them out for them and say, there you go. There's your, 30-second soundbite. There's your 3-minute soundbite. All you got to do is just get behind it. A bunch of money, run the heck out of that thing. And influence the vote. And then who knows if the vote's even fair. I will be shocked if Ramaswamy doesn't win this, because he fits. I mean, he just fits in the piece. It's almost like he's slated like J.D. Vance. I mean, did J.D. Vance really win the Ohio Senate race? Did he really win the vice presidential candidate? No, I mean, it was bought and paid for by Thiel, and then it was bought and paid for by Sachs and Chamath Palihapitiya and whoever else raised money, to put into the campaign. And so however they do it, I don't know, but I don't think people are aware of this, Aaron. Here's what they're going to hear, right? They're going to say, oh, look at that, a new manufacturing plant, oh, it's out at Rickenbacker. Oh, great. Huh. That's great. Do you know anybody that works there? Nope. Well, why is that? Well, because the hidden part is there's nobody that works there. I mean, it's really that short of a conversation. You're like, but it's a hell of a building. I mean, it's a nice looking building down there. They're putting a lot of money in down there. I mean, that's the conversation. That's the real conversation that goes on, right? When you bring that up.
So I have some personal,
and that's it.
I have personal experience with this. I want to say one quick thing, which is that Anduril has a strategic partnership with Palantir, and they're sharing data. One of the things that Palantir is doing is they're forming partnerships in multiple categories. Healthcare, they run the NHS. They run the database for the entire NHS in the UK, the entire healthcare system there. They run major hospital systems in the United States. Then they have access connected to DHS, IRS, all of these other databases in multiple categories. And as I've said time and time again, we have these click wrap agreements and we have all of these agreements, and there's all these like slick ways of getting around being able to individually identify someone. So these agreements that say, well, yeah, we can share data, but it has to be de-anonymized data. Well, the thing is, nobody contemplated what it would be like if you had access to 15,000 of those contracts and could run them through AI. Guess what? You can actually figure out how to identify the data. And Palantir is in a position to do that. And they're already doing this with some of the modeling. So they're already tied in to Anduril. So when you start to look at how strategic Peter Thiel is strategic, these investments and things overlap, and he's hoovering up all of the data, and he's doing it legally through these legal agreements. But I want to go back to elections and say, again, I did that podcast on it. America 1.0 is over, but voting is completely irrelevant. I mean, first of all, the turnout rates in local elections are low, but the voters don't know anything. But what determines the outcome is now propaganda that's driven by AI. And the reason that the Democrats won, starting under Obama, is they got a lead in investing in a get out the vote apparatus. So they have 200 data points on every voter, and they're at the point where they're figuring out how to, send a, text message or a strategically positioned Facebook message that would then recommend, hey, go to your neighbor and say this, because they know not only about you, but your neighbor. And so they're like putting together sophisticated plans, and they're orchestrating this. And the Republicans were at a disadvantage. Trump won in 2016 in part because he got access to Palantir, which was part of what Peter Thiel brought to the table in 2016. So these votes, the targeting is at the level of, I can send mailers, texts, and everything else that are incredibly targeted. Because if I know now 500 data points about you, I know your magazine subscriptions, where you stand on issues and all of this other stuff, then you can get an ad that's completely different than your next door neighbors. It's all manipulation and it's all control.
Yep.
Well, Palantir is in a position to control this. This is why I was saying to people, the Save America Act, which Elon Musk is behind. Oh, this is going to save. Of course he wants it, because it consolidates all of the voter data at DHS. All of the voter data. So now imagine Palantir hoovers that data up. You have a complete advantage. If you ever watched there was a movie about Brexit and how Brexit was won, and part of that was, I don't know if it was Cambridge Analytica or one of the players that came in and harvested a bunch of data and ran some AI models and said, went outside of normal convention. Because usually when you do these things, you only target people that have voted in, 3 out of the 4 last elections or whatever it happens to be. They went to disaffected voters that hadn't voted in numerous elections. And they played off of that group. They used the AI targeting. That's what put Brexit over the edge. So all of it's fake. The voters don't know anything. And it is the biggest AI data show of all time. So the voting is absolutely irrelevant. And so people don't have any idea about any of this. And I try to explain it, and I go back and forth between it's over, but then I also realize people don't realize this. So we're going through a thing now where people are having buyer's remorse from Trump. And they're saying, well, yeah, I guess we didn't restore the republic. And meanwhile, the whole time this was going on, I said, your premise is that the guy that pushed Operation Warp Speed and added more debt in one term than anyone else is the only guy that can save Western civilization, and he's going to use Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek. Like, on the face of it, you're out of your mind. But the problem isn't even just who the individuals are, because what I'm concerned about is people are going to have another one of these rallies and they're going to pick another group of white knights. The problem is structural. It's the system itself. It doesn't matter who the candidate is. You cannot fix the system at this point. And now it's even more entrenched and more controlled. My guess is that Peter Thiel is getting involved. I could see, and part of how I know this is I started a super PAC in 2014 called Stark 360, and I talked to a guy who Peter Thiel was the largest donor to a Ron Paul super PAC, and I talked to the guy who ran that super PAC for probably 20 hours to find out what all of the tactics are and the strategies are that they used in that race. Now, obviously, Ron Paul didn't win, but Ron Paul had a pretty outsized impact relative to the amount of money that went into the campaign. So he was telling me all this. If he was more than elated to tell me about the strategies, because he's like, so for all of the big results that we got relative to the money, no one has actually reached out and said, how did you do this? No one, none of the political parties. And so he gave me all of his information. And then we took that and built upon it. I could have built an entire system in New Hampshire for elections across the board. The 400 House races, all of the school board races and everything else. I could have built a data infrastructure. I had already started building the data infrastructure. And I decided not to do it because I realized that you can't trust any of the people or any of the candidates. People that I supported that signed pledges that they were for some position or whatever, that I was the largest funder, helped them get elected. A few years later, ended up being the primary sponsor, making the thing that they were opposing permanent. And so I realized if I've got 400 seats in the House and I've got 24 in the Senate, and then I got to deal with everything else, there's no way to make the math work. I was even going to put in place, incentive structures and rating systems and everything else. And it's like, these people will cave every time on things that are important. And that's what's continued to happen in New Hampshire. I'm not going to dwell on this for too much longer, but I mean, it is actually top of mind because I'm out doing the U.S. Senate thing, which is designed for leverage, because I know that you can move the seat one way or the other in a almost 50-50 split. But man, I've learned all of this. I've been involved in not only races, but building infrastructure for these races. If people really understood how this worked, they would stop believing in voting. And I hope I don't know how to. I guess maybe I will have to explain this because it's in part of the broader context of, and we'll get to this at the end, the way out of this is not voting. The way out of this is reclaiming your free will, taking your life back, and building parallel systems. That we will get to that part of it, but But, I'm conflicted because part of me just wants to build those other things, but I realize that just building those other things won't matter if people are still 9 layers deep in the matrix, right? There's so many levels removed, you can't even get them to look at your other thing. So anyway, rant over.
No, I mean, it's valuable because, you ask the question, we're asking the question, how will this be accepted? How will, because your picture was perfect there, right? You've got, this weapons manufacturer, sitting in your backyard, I mean, it's a little bit more the way with the data centers because they're literally in backyards. I mean, I can show situations where it's like there's some backyards and, you basically almost back up to a data center. And how is this being received? I just don't think right now people care that much. And it's because you can already see the sound bites being created from these interviews at Anduril, right? They've got them at the home office, the R&D center. They've got them local where the manufacturing's at. And they've got this nice girl going around interviewing these and boom. And, even if all it's going to take is someone to say, get a warm and fuzzy feeling. Oh, that Anduril, I've heard of them. And I have a good feeling with it. It's literally marketing, right? It just literally is like, oh, cute girl, Anduril, I'm good with that. It feels warm and fuzzy. You know what I mean? And I mean, I really think that's about all that's going on. People don't know what I'd say there's not more than 10% of the population that even has an idea what Anduril's doing. And maybe because of the war right now and drones, it's in the, it's a topic and maybe it's a little bit higher percentage. Maybe it's 15 or 18, but I don't think it's that many people that even know that it's going in, I mean, if anything, they'll just hear, oh yeah, we got a new manufacturing facility going out at Rickenbacker and that's it. There's nothing else. They don't know anything else. And they don't want them to know anything else. So, no, I think what you just said there is valuable because, you've seen it. I mean, you've seen it first, like you said, you've seen it at the school board level and you've seen it at the presidential level. You know how the PACs work. You've seen how they influence people and they don't really, I mean, they could cheat if they had to, but I think Peter Thiel's like, we don't even have to cheat. All we have to do is just spend a little money and just keep jamming this at people and they'll buy Anduril, I mean, I really think he thinks about it that simple. It's more about getting the groundwork laid than it is actually doing the groundwork. You know what I mean? Like that's easy, right? It's a quick little soundbite. Anybody can build that for him. I don't know. Does that make sense?
What makes sense? And again, I think Peter Thiel's smart, and I've read 0 to 1, and I've read some of his other stuff. Some of the stuff he says is accurate, right? Don't have a board of directors with more than 3 people, and he's like, go in and try to get a monopoly on an industry. It's actually smart strategic stuff. The only issue that I have with it is now that it's using the state and it's using force, right? That's actually my biggest issue with Peter Thiel. If Peter Thiel were actually operating under free markets, but he's under the haze now of Curtis Yarvin, and he believes in a CEO or monarch, and that's where this becomes problematic. Democracy does suck, so I'm not advocating for that. But there's a flip here that happened that is very dangerous with respect to free will. And, so I want to drill one more time into related to this concept of incentive. This is important, right? So in Ohio, Google has received $54 million in incentives for 20 jobs. Now, remember, all of these companies, Intel's not necessarily AI, but these companies that are doing AI, the only companies that are going to be able to do this are companies that are blessed by the DOE, companies that are blessed by the FTC, companies that have gone through sensitivity training and meet the political bias detectives of the FTC. So these are companies that are building your digital prison. These are not people that are building AI technology that empowers you or enhances your free will. These are the companies that are complying with the federal law, and then they're getting incentives at the state level. So Google, $54 million for 20 jobs, $2.7 million in incentives per job. Amazon, $77 million through 2055 for 100 jobs. The total across major data center deals, $343 million for 356 jobs, nearly $1 million per position. This is a wealth transfer. This is not free. This is not a free market in any way, shape, or form. And in Ohio, the median income is $32,000 per year. So this needs to be put in perspective that the average person would understand. These big corporations are getting almost $1 million incentive per job when the average median income is $32,000 a year. So, you know, do with that what you will. But again, it is not free markets. And
it devastates an economy, right? That in time will devastate a local, state level, and federal economy, right? That will devastate it.
I mean, it will devastate. Look, there's a separate conversation. AI will replace jobs faster than it already is, faster than people think. I mean, imagine last year people were still talking about, oh, AI is not real. You know, people would push these things. Well, you know, this corporation said that, you know, they've implemented AI and haven't seen any savings. I mean, some of this stuff is just, and those things still circulate because people want to believe that. I actually just did a workshop for a couple hundred people in the UK yesterday, and it was an older crowd, and a lot of the people were like, you know, they don't even want to try to use AI, and then people have worked their way into it's demonic. They've worked their way into a whole variety of things, and they're denying its impact. This is why I always harp on the fact. I actually showed this group the music video that I did. That's my pinned tweet. That's actually about the reconstruction project in Gaza. And I explained, I said, what went into it, how I created it. And I'm like, this is an ability for me to express how I feel and how I think about what's going on there better than doing a 4-hour podcast. But it completely reflects. Like I spent a lot of time coming up with the lyrics, the themes, what I wanted to show. I wanted to show the fact that they're building, you know, it's a technocracy, a digital prison being built on ground that's been leveled, and people that have been on the, you know, on the bones and ashes of people that were bombed into oblivion. And I wanted to actually highlight and showcase that visually and add lyrics to that. That's great. I mean, to me, this is a way for me to express what I really believe, but in a much better way. That's a positive way of using AI. But if you're sitting around, you know, using passively open Chat GPT or Google, and you're like interacting with it as if it's a person, and you're following that interaction, you're going to end up with psychosis. You're going to lose free will. So it's about ownership of this. But now what it's coming down to, because they're these same technocrats pushing the laws, because it is David Sachs, it is the PayPal mafia. And now, by the way, Trump is, you know, Elon Musk is out of favor. So who is on the new board, the new AI board that Trump has? It's Larry Ellison from Oracle and Mark Zuckerberg, who Trump previously said should be in prison. Well, these are the people that are going to be pushing the models that get approved by the DOE and that are benefiting from the rest of this stuff. And so, you know, probably not doing a great job of it yet here. I do like doing these podcasts because in some ways I can talk through, in some way there'll be a concise, you know, image or a concise video on this that explains this. To truly express in a way that's easy to understand the cronyism, and then what's actually going on with government. And it's a weird thing because the other way around, there are people that say, we need government regulation to protect us from AI, and they don't realize that by doing that, you end up with a model controlled by the DOE that's censored, that Howard Lutnick can determine what the laws are at the state level. That isn't the right answer, because it's still this belief that government is in any way representative of either the people or the Constitution, which it's not, which is clear when you actually read these policies on AI and you see how all these incentives work. So anyway, I don't know if you have any comments more on these kind of incentives that are going on in Ohio.
Well, I mean, this is, I think, what anybody who's paying attention is feeling is going on, and there are the numbers to prove it. You know, I mean, it's, you know, anybody who's seen these data centers should drive by and see how many cars you see in the parking lot. They're just not there, you know, and I would imagine that here's a question. How many data centers have gone in without without some sort of a tax abatement, without some sort of an incentive? You know, I bet it's not very many. I bet every one of these has some orchestrated, you know, bonus, what's the word I want to put on it?
Subsidy. Some subsidy, some incentive. And, look, I go back to, I remember Solyndra. Remember the solar company, Solyndra. We need to be looking at this the same way. And by the way, I am rooting for China. I'm rooting for DeepSeek, because the irony is, if DeepSeek does what it claims, it's going to put all of this stuff out of business.
Exactly.
We're subsidizing a stupid idea. And the stupid idea is that the only way that AI gets better is brute force through compute, as opposed to innovation, right? So people have asked me, AI is not a bubble. AI is the most transformative technology in our lifetime, without a doubt. I have no
bar
doubt.
none. Yeah.
But investing in data centers, somehow we've missed the idea that there's going to be fundamental innovation within AI itself. And that innovation is going to make this data center stuff, except that what you're going to have, what comes next? Bailouts for data centers. That's the problem. It starts with a subsidy and it ends with a bailout. And so then it becomes, we've got to save Google. We've got to save Amazon. We've got to save 2,000 jobs or whatever. And so now the state provided the state level subsidies, and then the federal government provides the bailout. And then the person with a $32,000 annual, average median income in Ohio gets screwed and gets no benefit from it, and probably ends up getting fired as part of the whole process. And so, anyway, there's a song coming on all of this. I just don't know I got to think about how to write it, because it's idiotic what's happening. But I think the free market is going to solve this. And I did want to say one other thing, and I haven't figured out how to do this yet either. So what Peter Thiel and others are doing, there's a big issue here, because one of the big tenets of voluntarism and libertarian thing is that the most important thing is consent. But then how do you deal with these click wrap agreements? Are click wrap agreements consent? If it would take you 2 hours a day every day to read it, and then you actually have no ability to change it, is that consent? But then you get into this concept of informed consent. But the problem is, just as I was talking about, the problem here is the solution here is not government, right? The worst thing that you have is government coming in and defining what informed consent is. So in reality, we need voluntary solutions to help identify and address this issue of consent and these click wrap agreements and everything that's going on. And I've tried to work on that. It's a tough, I've worked on it in kind of pieces, because you have to make people aware of the fact that they've consented to this stuff to begin with. It's like, how do you even get people to the table to look at this? But this is another problem where
mean, this sort of fits. Last week I was in Indy, for a swim meet for my daughter, and we go out to breakfast or whatever, and you try to find a place to park. Well, it's not like the old days where you can just pull up to a thing, drop in your 4 quarters, and you're good for an hour, while you have breakfast or something. So then you go up, and they got this one central station that's like a brain, for, 100 parking spots or whatever. And what it does, it minimizes, it tells the person who's the parking meter attendant exactly where the violators are. You know what I mean? Like, they know there shouldn't be anybody in that spot, that spot, that spot. And if there is, it's like easy. They just go write a ticket. It's a piece of cake, right? Well, the problem is, then they tell you, then their system doesn't work, right? Their little brain's not working. You go up, you hit the button, you try to pay, with a credit card or whatever, so you try to punch in your number and everything, and it doesn't work. And it's freezing cold and it's windy. And you're like, and you stand there for 5 minutes, and then you try it, cancel, start again. Doesn't work, 5 minutes. So I'm like, so some nice lady walks up and says, just write a note and put it in your dashboard. You know what I mean? Like, it's their system. So I'm like, okay, so I write a note, go and have breakfast, come out. There's a guy writing a ticket for the back of the car. And I'm like, dude, what's up, man? Like, your thing's not working. The point is, then they tell you, you need to get an app, right? Well, you got to, if you can't pay that way, see over here, there's like 4 other apps. Well, there you go. You're standing outside. It's freezing cold. You want to just have breakfast. Are you really going to read that click wrap agreement? No, I don't even want this stupid app. So at some point it comes down to, you just have to resist it. You know what I mean? And just, again, there's hopefully the free market blows this data center concept up, for our benefit, because sadly, we as people collectively aren't going to figure this out in time. The only thing that's going to save us is some other idea, which would be so ironic if it comes out of China. It's their open source AI that actually destroys our stupid idea with this data centers. The point is, it's a combination of resistance and it's a combination of free market. You know what I mean? And you have to say, I don't want these apps. I just don't want them. I'm sick and tired of apps. You know what I mean? Right? I mean, people say, well, you're just a Luddite. No, I'm not a Luddite. I just don't want these apps, and I don't want to sign your agreement. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to solve it, Aaron, but I mean, that's a real world example, of I don't want all this legalese, and you have no choice. Like you said, you read through that whole thing. I don't even know what half of it means, and then I get to the end of it and it's like, I have no choice. I can't opt out.
No, I mean, again, the legal system, there's no competition with the legal system. And then the corporations bribe the legislators to standardize terms. So it's not even a voluntary agreement, because you end up with these industry standards that get kind of put in there by force. The whole thing is broken. There are solutions. There's the opportunity to open all of this stuff up, but there's a big, this has been formulating in the back of my mind a lot, and it's now starting to come to a head. Not quite yet, probably in about 6 months, where there's got to be a conversation about the fact that there's a lot of the stuff that's being done under the guise of libertarianism is not, and it actually also isn't consent, and it's not free markets. But it's not easy to, it's not short and simple to explain, and so. But again, I truly at this point believe that Thiel is putting people in positions within state government and local government to kind of infiltrate this and to continue to push his message, because they're good at propaganda. They know how to use the tools and the techniques, and so we're up. We've got a battle on our hands. Let me put it to you that way. It's not. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. But then, so kind of moving into this a little bit more, so 40 million gallons a day by 2030. Again, assuming this stupid, the brute force data center thing is even how this continues, which I think will be out innovated. So you're just going to have a lot of excess capacity that rots. But 90 million a day by 2050. That's what Ohio data centers will consume. Intel alone uses 5 to 6 million gallons per day. Columbus needs $1.6 billion new water treatment plant, taxpayer funded. So I don't know if that crossed your wires. But that's what they're looking at. So water rates are already up 18%, and the machines are basically drinking everyone's water. So this is what's going on. These are the costs associated with all of this. Yeah.
And it's hard, and it's an easy sell for them, right? It's like, well, we need water. I mean, it's like we need air and then we need water, right? So they won't tell you the part. They won't tell you the part what's because of these data centers, right? I mean, that part gets left out of their media campaign, I mean, right? That's how it always works, And then they say, you voted against fresh water. How could you, you voted against water for the people, I mean, and then they use it against you. I mean, they're masters at it, right?
Yeah, no, they're absolute masters at it. So, yeah, 140 million a day for 1.25 million people versus 90 million a day for servers. That's where this is going right now, and that's assuming that these data centers are even operable. So it's bad news either way. Either the data centers aren't operable, it's excess capacity, and the subsidies go to waste, and the jobs go to waste, or it does hit these numbers, and water becomes a scarce commodity, and people have to pay higher taxes. And so that's essentially what's going on here. And so I mean, I guess this even extends down to the level of the little typo there, but $100 million in library funding cut, and $2.5 billion to corporations. And so yeah, this is a bad situation. And I guess there was have you seen this NBC4 Columbus investigation?
Yeah.
So rare cancers are clustering near data center facilities. So you have diesel generators running 24/7 at 90 decibels. And Caltech is suggesting that there are 1,300 premature deaths nationally per year from data center pollutants. So these have been pushed largely as clean facilities, and they aren't. And there should be liability attached to this, but I'm sure there will be liability shields as well going along with this, right? More demonstration of, again, it's all subsidized. The risk is subsidized, the losses are socialized. I mean, it's just, kind of the common story, which is completely the opposite of markets. And so this NBC4 investigation, I actually want to watch it. I haven't seen the whole thing. I don't even know if it's available online, but I want to see it. But it goes into all the detail about the cancer and, what's in the particulate matter. And it goes into some more of the details about the nature of the deaths and all of this other stuff. And of course, these data centers are, of course, built near homes and near schools, right? So that's, or in the previous example, we showed New Albany. It was the Anduril factory being right. It's on farmland. I mean, they New Albany was built on farmland. So all of this stuff was, so the food supply is going to this. And you get forever chemicals in the cooling systems. And there are no health studies involved at all. So there'll be some Aaron Brockovich style movie on this at some point. In fact, I wonder when the first one will be. I wonder how long it'll be until there's a kind of a major case about this.
Yeah. Well, we've seen this many, many times. It's just this is devastating in so many ways because, it's all the tax subsidies, the water it's using, the electricity it's using. So it's driving up our tax rates. It's driving up, energy rates. And they're locating these next to you where, again, who wants them in their backyard? But there's a reason why they must want these in the populous areas. That's the other question I ask is, is it because it's the location of the grid? I mean, where I've seen these go up, Aaron, it's not necessarily the cheapest land. It's not the cheapest land. But if the city's giving you a tax abatement and you're not paying the taxes, well, then the land all of a sudden becomes pretty cheap, relatively speaking. So it's a lose-lose. There's no win here for the people. I mean, I don't believe that being near a data center gives you any advantage in the world. I mean, I don't know how any advantage it gives us. So it's just bad all around. And it's good to see people doing videos like this because maybe it gets around, and it is effective. I mean, you do a couple good videos on the problem is at some point these local channels are going to get paid off. You remember during COVID, right? Everybody, you could put up the whole mosaic and everybody's same talking points, right? So Peter Thiel will be all over that at some point. If all of a sudden you start to get pushback, they'll just come in and give you the mosaic and everybody will be the same talking points, right? This is big enough that you will get that kind of push behind it. I mean,
yeah, again, it's a question of timing. My theory on this, though, is, this is going to fail because the subsidies usually fail because you're subsidizing stupid things that couldn't stand on their own. But again, what's the cost going to be? In the meantime, what's the level of bailout going to be, and so forth? And it's just a classic situation. And then you have, I don't know if you know much about this. DeWine voted to end unlimited data center tax breaks.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know a lot of the details on it, but I am aware of that. So,
well, so the Republicans and Democrats voted for it, and DeWine used his line item veto to override it.
Yeah.
So, DeWine is for unlimited data center tax breaks, and I don't understand the nature of what those are. Of course, I don't think there should be any taxes to begin with, but the way the whole package of things happens here is pretty interesting. So, and again, that's a thing that I'm sure people don't pay attention to. How up are you on the Ohio driver's license photo being enrolled in a facial recognition database?
Well, I mean, I do know a little bit, but like the biggest thing for me is it's like, yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. That's about the most important thing I know about it. Like I still have the old ID. I'm going to have to, at some point I'm going to get cornered, right? I'm going to get cornered in getting the upgraded ID, and I don't want it, but
Well, I think you might already be in it. So since 2013, every Ohio driver's license photo has been enrolled in a facial recognition database without your consent or notification. 30,000 government officials have access to this data. The FBI has access to the data. The Attorney General Dave Yost signed Ohio up for Clearview AI, which is the company that scraped 30 billion photos from social media. So basically, you're already in the system.
Yeah.
So again, this stuff's, and it's not it's common that people don't know that this stuff is happening. Because it certainly doesn't get reported. And if this is something that happened in 2013, nobody was even paying attention. And so, this is how we got Real ID, and most people still don't understand what Real ID is and where it goes. People are clueless about it. So this is going on. Clearview AI is another. Actually, I want to see real quick who's behind who. Big players in Clearview. I'm going to check that out, see who's involved in that. But it goes on and on again. So this is Ohio. Even when I was there a few years ago. There are a lot of cameras all over the place.
Yeah,
you really wouldn't necessarily think of it being that big in surveillance. And so I was just looking at Clearview, Hal Lambert, co-CEOs, Richard Schwartz, early investor with strong Republican ties, known for the MAGA ETF. And then Schwartz is a co-founder and former Giuliani advisor. They replaced the prior CEO and are focused on federal expansion, including talks with the Pentagon, DHS, and growth under the current administration. So here's somebody new for us to look at, to put on the radar, is Clearview. Oh, and look at this. Guess what? The seed investor is Peter Thiel.
Wow.
How's that for a new one live?
Wow. You can't make it up, right?
You can't make it up. $30 million Series B, but Peter Thiel is literally the early seed investor. That's absolutely incredible. Clearview is used by thousands of law enforcement agencies, 3,000 police departments, has run nearly 1 million searches for the U.S. police alone in the last year. Key government users include ICE, FBI, DOJ, Customs and Border Patrol, and local and state police departments across the U.S. and Canada. Private sector users through the company although the company emphasizes law enforcement, have included Macy's, Walmart, Kohl's, Best Buy, banks like Bank of America, and others like NBA, Madison Square Garden, Eventbrite, and casinos. Now, I want to say something that, for you cash people that think that using cash matters. Because as I've said over and over again, if you're using fiat, you are funding bombing children in Iran. If you're using the dollar, you are funding all of this stuff. You're funding the technocracy. You're funding the surveillance state. You're funding all of it by using the dollar. It doesn't matter whether it's cash or whether it's electronic. However, I talked to someone the other day who said they were at Walmart and they paid with cash, and they got back to their car and they got a receipt through email, even though they paid with cash. Why? AI surveillance. And my guess is, if we dig into it, it's Clearview. And I guess if we dig into that Clearview data and that Walmart data is married with all of the rest of this data. And it's tied to your ID in Ohio and, who knows how many other states. And I'm sure there's probably a connection in a strategic deal here with Palantir. It's all integrated.
Yep. Well, and I don't know if you remember a few years back, maybe it's been 4 or 5 years ago, when Amazon bought Whole Foods, and they said that at some point you weren't even going to have to go in there and pay with an ID or pay with a credit card, right? They would just essentially know who you are. And I'm assuming that they're already tracking all that. Like, that may have gotten stopped for a little while. That may not be on the front burner. But I guarantee they're still tracking, because they know who you are. I'm sure they're when you go to the checkout, they've got palm readers, they've got everything. So they've got 3 or 4 ways for you to, be scanned and verified. So,
yeah, I thought it was actually in DC where it was an Amazon store. It wasn't, or maybe it was a Whole Foods, but I thought Amazon at one point was considering creating their own Prime stores. So I thought there was like a prototype somewhere where the whole idea is you go in and you go out, and it uses AI, calculates everything in the shopping cart, you just leave, and that was that's the whole basis of it. And so yeah, again, pitched for our convenience, but how much surveillance goes into this? This is what they have in China. There's a social credit system that is so. Now, the social credit system in China is at the province level, but it gets to the level of, they can detect what you put in your shopping cart, and they maybe didn't even buy it. Let's say you put 2 bottles of vodka in, and then you put one of them back. You can actually penalize you at that level. That's how much AI surveillance is going into this. And so, like, we're walking into this assuming that this is a great thing. There's no reason at this point to believe in the good intent of the people that are doing this. If you live through COVID and you believe that stuff like this that's implemented is going to have any safeguards or is in any way going to be used to protect your freedom, you can't be helped at this point, right? Like, I understand before COVID, a lot of us was like, we're skeptical of government, and there's a long history of reasons to be skeptical of government, but it's not something that people have necessarily studied, understand, or experienced. At this point, everybody's experienced it.
Right.
And there have been no corrective measures. Everything has gone the wrong way. I talked to a lot of people that have been involved with, opposing COVID lockdowns, and now we're looking at the energy lockdowns, and they're in amazement, like almost down to it's like exactly 4 years ago, we were talking about, 2 weeks to stop the spread or whatever it is. And then we're hearing that, Iran in 2 weeks, we're talking about climate lockdowns, and they're using the same language. This is what I did last episode, as I showed the comparison between the COVID and the potential energy lockdowns. They're using the same playbook. It's discouraging that they're able to use the same playbook. It's the same president, right? Like, how stupid are we? How compliant are we if we're actually putting up with this? This is absolutely insane, to be honest. But anyway, it doesn't stop there. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, and don't you feel like a similar sense of chaos? Back then it was chaos. You didn't know what was going on. Right now with this whole Iran, Greenland, you got Greenland, you got tariffs, you got Greenland, you got Canada, you got Venezuela, you got Iran. It's just chaos. You know what I mean? There's a chaos component to this too. That way you really can't sort through it. I mean, I'm sensing that a lot right now. I mean, because I watch these news wires, and it is just constant chaos. And you don't know. It's like today, well, they're reporting both sides of it, Aaron. You know what I mean? It's like, report says Oman and Iran are working together on passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Report says. I mean, it's just like, let them speak for themselves. We're speaking for both sides. Like, it's mind-boggling to me, that it's really concerning that we don't let the other side speak for themselves. We're speaking for them, and it's to create chaos, right? Especially in the markets. Like, these markets are incredibly chaotic right now. Just like during COVID, same kind of a thing, just as chaotic.
Well, they're not chaotic if you're Howard Lutnick. They're a guaranteed lock-in. Somebody, I was in a chat with some people the other day, and they were saying, well, we're comparing different assets, and somebody says, well, name an asset that isn't speculative. And I said, whatever asset Howard Lutnick is holding isn't speculative. But it's true that they're front running all of it. I mean, the prediction markets are insane. There are people that are placing massive bets with 100% success rates on military moves. I mean, come on, enough is enough. But that's what's going on. But back to Ohio, I don't want to stop with your license photo being in a facial recognition system. Let's go into body cameras, dash cameras, street cameras, and social media monitoring. There's something called shot spotter audio surveillance, automatic license plate readers, all fed into one platform called Talon, Talen. So the planned deployment is 35,000 users statewide. Every cop, every agency, one dashboard showing everything about everyone. Talon, Tactical AI-Driven Law Enforcement Network. So this should make you happy. I don't know if you're going to be demoralized about this even more coming into it. So the inputs are body cams, dash cams, CCTV, social media. It's all fused. All data is fused into one single platform, planned across the state for law enforcement, and the capabilities are real-time tracking, predictive policing, by the way. So think about Minority Report. Literally, this is what's going on. Pattern analysis, and the vendor is likely Palantir or similar. The contracts are actually opaque. So this is this is crazy how much Palantir's involved. So we've got Clearview, we've got all of this. Like literally the entire state Ohio is the surveillance state of Palantir. Zero public debate before deployment. So this is just happening. It's called Safeguard Ohio. Probably no one will talk about it. No one will debate it. No one will even recognize or know. Just like people don't know that their license plate photo is already in the system. So, so here we go. America's first AI-powered suspicious activity reporting system. Upload video, audio, photos from your phone. AI interrogates your submission with follow-up questions. Reports go directly to the Terrorism Analysis Center. So they're taking the idea of see something, say something, and to film everything and upload it to an AI. And so now you're an unpaid surveillance contractor. So this is next. So this is more of Safeguard Ohio. This will be the first AI suspicious activity reporting system in the country. And so the AI interrogation, automatic follow-up questions, as I mentioned, the destination is Ohio Strategic Analysis and Information Center. This is your terrorism fusion center in Ohio. And they're going to add gamification to encourage constant surveillance by the public. Literally gamifying, getting people to surveil their neighbors. This is like Stasi 2.0.
Yeah, it's the worst the world's ever seen, right?
It is.
Turning your own neighbors on
Yep.
on you.
So, by the way, it gets worse. Not done. This goes one step deeper. I guess the slide didn't render. Maybe he's got a little bit out of order here. But we have Columbus PD already has Raven 4 drones in the air. Ohio State University has rooftop surveillance drones watching the campus. Hamilton County just approved 16 more. There's zero regulation, no oversight, just drones. So this is already operational.
Well, and not only that, I'm sure that you've seen the food delivery robots that drive around on campuses.
Yep.
I'm sure that they're monitoring everything too. They've got the little, monitor thing up above, and they just sit there, when they're not moving around, they just sit there dormant collecting data. I'm sure they're collecting activity as well. So it's, eyes above, eyes on the ground.
Yep. And then, not to be outdone, we also have flock safety cameras are now in 24 plus Ohio communities. Highway Patrol has 37 mobile units, and they all share data. School parking lots, neighborhood entrance, all covered. The ACLU calls it mass surveillance, and of course they're right, but that doesn't seem to be changing anything. So, given all this, I guess there really isn't much of an ethos or are there even opposition movements to this surveillance? Because I didn't even realize until researching this how bad this was. This really is like, this is the biggest surveillance state in the country. All of these things that we're talking about here.
Yeah. Well, and you wonder how bad it is in other states. Like, I don't know. When I was in Indianapolis last week, it was terrible. There were cameras everywhere. Everywhere you looked up, there were cameras in the downtown area. You couldn't go a block without seeing 4 or 5 cameras. It wasn't even possible. So I don't know if this is a Midwest thing. I don't know how, but it's, and it's probably just, you see the cameras, they're there, right? Most of the stuff. What you don't know is what they're doing with it and how they, like you said, they're able to connect it based off of a lot of different, right? They call them, when you're doing database stuff, they call them, what do they call them? The keys, right? You've got certain things that are the connect points, the nodes, you know what I mean? And you try to connect it all back to that. So you get images, and it knows where to go back to in the database. And this stuff must just be incredible how it works, how fast it is. How it can track this stuff that fast. Like you said, it's all real time, right? It's real time availability for the police.
Yep, real time availability, real time system, and then people snitching on each other. All the data fed into one system. This is insane. This is I've got to package this up better and get some of the video clips that I can of this actually in use. This is outright frightening. And again, what I want to stress to everyone on this is that these implementations that are happening, whether it's in Gaza or whether it's in Columbus, Ohio, they're using the same technology vendors. This technology is 100% transferable. The companies that are doing this are global companies. The Gaza reconstruction project is Oracle and Palantir. Everything that we're talking about here with Ohio has Palantir in it, interconnected with it, or investing in it through Peter Thiel. But in the end, it's all connected. This is what Palantir is about. Palantir is about connecting all of these systems. What happened with Doge is an API that connects all of the data. It's not hard to connect this data at this point in time. This is not a technical challenge at all. So all of this information. So every time they do one of these rollouts, so whatever's being done in Ohio can easily be rolled out in any other state. This is why it is important to try to push back on this. When Nigeria rolled out a CBDC, it wasn't liked. People were burning ATMs. People were rioting in the streets. The head of the central bank ended up being arrested for corruption. But people don't realize that they pick these pilots, they pick these states, they pick these countries to be a case study, to work out the kinks, to work out the bugs, to figure out what the response is, to figure out not only how the technology works, but how to market the technology. It's kind of like there's 17 countries that are rolling out digital ID at the same time, and they're using the same technology vendor. They use the same PR firm. They use the same people to draft the language. And so this is downright scary because the thing is, not only is this being done in Ohio, but it's being done by people that people associate with being pro-freedom or pro-MAGA. Vivek rugged people on being libertarian. I know people personally in New Hampshire that probably still would say he's good, even though they got rugged by Trump. The top libertarian people here supported Vivek, and they'd probably still defend this. They'd probably still come up with some mental gymnastics on why this is a good idea. And so this is the problem. So if completely red Ohio, with MAGA support pushes this, then are other states going to turn it down? Who's going to turn this down? This is the challenge. I said this was going to be the problem. People didn't like Klaus Schwab, but you throw a Patriot Act or Trump MAGA Act name on top of a bill. You call it a Genius Act. You call it a Clarity Act. And all of a sudden we're innovating and we're pro-freedom. It's the same surveillance in every one of these cases. And so now we're going to get on to one of your on topics. We've got somebody, Casey Putsch for governor. Do you know who this is?
Yep. We talked about him. I was going to see if he would come on the show. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe we should do that. Maybe this is how in tune is this guy with this? Does he understand this? What's going on?
No, he doesn't have a clue. That's the problem. That's why I was hoping to get him on the show to help go through some of this stuff, because it would give him some, obviously he has an inclination, has a little bit of backing, not a lot, a little bit, but it's like right? You can go into the New Hampshire Senate race and cause problems. That's what this Casey Putsch could do. You know what I mean? He could go in there and cause problems for this, split the vote, expose things, shine a light on things. And but you know, the people run at some point I'll get a hold of them and you know, talk through some of the stuff, but it's very tough because you know, the campaign staff, they don't want to hear any of this. They're so far removed from understanding even the first beginning of this, you know. They don't, you know what I mean? Like, they're so far from being able to even understand the first basic step of this. They just don't even care. You know, you got to get to him, or you know, or someone on his team that actually knows, you know, that's helping him you know, put together a campaign policy, right?
Well, you know, I need to do a song. I'm still trying to get this Free Ian song done as we're talking tonight, because I want that to get out. But there needs to be like a 2 to 3 or 4 minute song about this surveillance state in Ohio, and that shows flock cameras, that shows you know, actual footage of all of this stuff. Because to me, this is terrifying, and to put all of it together, but do it visually, do it with a, you know, song or whatever that pushes this together. Because Ohio, as I said at the very outset of this, Ohio is the lead horse on this. And if they implement all of this stuff, it's coming to your state. And I know you're going to say, "Oh yeah, your state's immune." It's not. You know, New Hampshire fought Real ID, and then they didn't. And then at some point, right, it'll be because of Trump's AI policy. Remember, the policies on this are federal. So this is how this stuff gets rolled out, is through the federal government and through federal funding. And that's already being set up. So you prove that it works here, you have an emergency, and then all of a sudden, oh, we had whatever the emergency is. It's a good thing how Ohio had the complete surveillance state to it. And they've got predictive policing. So we tie all this stuff in, and we can stop terrorist attacks. We can stop, you know, suicide bombers or whatever through surveillance cameras and by having these predictive modelings. And so now there's an emergency. Now we're just going to take these contracts and roll them all out. This is not, I mean, it's theoretical, but I mean, this is actually kind of standard operating procedure. This is how all of these things work. And Palantir, it's the same vendors are positioned. And these bills that are being written in a way that only large companies can afford to comply. You're only going to have 3 or 4 AI companies that are going to be able to exist in the US under this model. Maybe only 2. Now, of course, this is why open source models from China and everything else is important. This is why it's important to have self-custody AI. But I mean, this is horrifying. So let's talk about Vivek. So Vivek, you know, he has. So let's talk about Strive Asset Management. Yeah, I know you've looked into this. Yeah.
Well, let me add one thing to that, Aaron, before we do that. Like, so what do you think the correlation is between, you know, or maybe correlation is the wrong word, but 196 data centers and all the cameras and all the surveillance and all that. So it's, I know this sounds like probably, you know, maybe a very simple connection, but why are the data centers located in cities and people's backyards? You know, it seems to me like that's how you get the real time, right? You're processing all these video images, all the stuff. It's going through a database. It's going through, like, a lot of these data centers, you can actually buy server time on them. But some of them you can't. Some of that stuff is reserved for who knows what. Like, we don't know, you know, how those servers are allocated. Who's paying for those? Where's this going? You know, and so as you see data centers come online, you know, this isn't necessarily about AI, right? Could almost solely be about surveillance, right? I mean, does that make sense? Is that?
Well, yeah, I mean, presumably it is about surveillance. Remember, under a technocratic model, the end game of this is we no longer are making decisions. Look, Elon Musk talks about this. He says you won't have to work. He discusses the idea that instead of going to prison, you'll have a robot following you around. But all of the decisions will be made by the AI. This is it's being pitched as liberation, but the AI will be making all of your decisions for you. All of the decisions. Self-driving cars, everything else. I mean, all of the applications of this. But these data centers are taking your free will. That's what these are. They're free will extraction devices.
Well, and at the beginning, you know, we talked about, you know, Ohio being a test market. And you think about okay, well, think about what Wexner was doing, right? He was selling merchandise to, mostly to women, but not necessarily. Down the road, it became Abercrombie and Fitch. So it was, kids and so forth. And you wonder how much data collection they get from that. In marketing class, they teach you, all kinds of things, right? In the grocery store, eye level is most important. That's where everybody sees your stuff. You want to pay for that prime real estate. Like extensive. I mean, I'm not talking about just extensive. I'm talking about super extensive studies have been done on the mind and how it reacts to different things. And so you have to wonder when you take Victoria's Secrets and the sex, component to that, right? Selling sex and obviously the connections to Epstein and and Wexner and the whole pedophilia and all that stuff. I mean, which is becoming we thought that was the big issue there. Now it's becoming a small issue, really, relative to all this. That's nothing compared to this stuff. I mean, I don't want to say it's nothing, but it's this is becoming a major component. What we're seeing here, and you wonder if this is all about Ohio being a test market, them being able to gather data on that test market, and they understand. I mean, it's been stated. I don't know if you know this or not, but I mean, Ohio is like literally considered one of the primary test markets for a new product, right? Someone's got a new product to roll out. They go to Ohio, put it on the shelf, see how it does. If it does well, then they roll it out. And so the question is that why this was chosen and why it's advanced at this point? Because it has always been a test market, and they know how they had footing. Right. They had groundwork laid for how they were going to roll this stuff out.
Yep.
So, does that make sense? I mean, there's a bigger theme here that goes all the way back through Wexner and all this stuff. It seems to me,
I mean, there is a theme again, and the theme is there's a technocratic theme. I mean, David Rockefeller mentored Epstein. Epstein was involved with the Trilateral Commission. Epstein was in the middle of AI. Funding a lot of the scientists involved, and then was the co-president of New Albany, which is the center of the hub of all of the AI data centers. I mean, there's these aren't even people haven't been talking about that because we're still trying to go through the emails and go through the database because of the way you go about searching it. But this is why it's important to have people look at it from different segments. But when you put all of this together, I mean, again, it is all about technocracy. There is no doubt that the people in the mega group and so on and so forth, these people were of the view of being very pro technocracy. And so, yeah, here we are. I do think that it's interesting that Ohio turned out to be the case study for this. And
yeah.
And now we have Vivek. Look, when you could make the argument that the whole bombing of Gaza and the whole structure of this was designed to turn it into a technocratic city. Bomb these people and then redevelop the land, right? There was no, and to what degree was October the 7th allowed to happen intentionally? But I look at this now because I'm looking at my feed as we're talking, and there's speculation now that we've started sending ground troops into Iran, and Pete Hegseth has just fired the Army top general because allegedly he wouldn't put boots on the ground. But when you look at what's going on, there are rumors. I don't know if these are true because I can't even validate almost any of the stuff that's going on in the Middle East, but that Iran has started to bomb data centers. That there was a rumor that they bombed Amazon, or were going to bomb an Amazon data center, Oracle data center. And as I'm sitting around looking at this saying, is this also by design? Is this by design to bolster what's going on in Ohio, to bolster the strategy here? Because Trump had a strategy and built an AI strategy around us out of national security, building these data centers. It benefits his policy if you have Iran bombing these data centers and bombing these other countries. It's competitive advantage if your viewpoint is you don't care about human lives and you're actually just trying to push a technocratic agenda. This is great. Destroy their stuff with taxpayer money and then profit on the reconstruction. But the reconstruction may happen in a different country. You don't care because you own the investments in the reconstruction, not the country. The United States doesn't benefit from the reconstruction in Gaza. The Witkoffs and the and the Trump family and Oracle and Peter Thiel and Jared Kushner, they benefit. So,
well, and don't forget, I've always wondered this. That's a great point, Aaron. And let me back that up with this concept: is that BlackRock bought a company not that long ago, it's PICS or something like that. I forget. I'll look it up here in a second, but they bought an infrastructure company not that long ago, and they're very focused on these different things, like data centers, and they partnered up with. I think we even did a show at one point on something like this way back, where they partnered up with some other operations, and they acquired a couple companies. So they've been making a push in this, right? And so think about this. If you're in a war and you're destroying other people's stuff and it needs to get rebuilt, who's positioned really well for that? BlackRock. I mean, they have an entity that does that. These guys are geared up and ready to rebuild that stuff. So this goes back to guns and butter, right? This is the same kind of a thing. I mean, it's just, what you're saying fits. I mean, it fits with BlackRock, right? They're geared up to do exactly what you just said.
Yeah, no, they are. I mean, this is common. This has been known how central banks work. And the Rothschilds were talking about this centuries ago. They profit on both sides of it. They literally don't care what's going on. They're going to profit either way. It's not their money and it's not their lives that are on the line. And so now we have, let's talk a little bit about Vivek now, who's running for governor. And, I mentioned earlier my experiences with him, and you studied the background of him. And again, what I haven't found, and I guess I haven't really studied it, is how long has Vivek known Peter Thiel? Because this seems like another sculpted thing, right? Like Vivek was not in politics at all. He went from, effectively not being involved in politics at all to running for president. That is a strategy, right? Do I think that he thought he was going to win? I thought there's no way he thought he was going to win. I think he was running to use the advantage for short money, to use the advantage of a presidential race and all of the press that he got and all the earned media that he got to raise his profile in Ohio. Because it raises profile everywhere, but it's actually a pretty cheap way to actually get brand name recognition. I think the play was always either Senate or governor of Ohio for the initial run, right? I mean, with the longer term aspirations, but I don't think he was running to win.
Well, and they played it off. Trump was in a lot of legal trouble, and they thought, the way that they played him off was, look, he's just hanging on the back end. And if something happens to Trump and he goes out, well, he's the next likely guy. You know what I mean? To just kind of slide into that spot. I mean, that's the way I think the media and the right leaning media played it off. But I think you're right. I think what you're saying is more accurate. It may have been a staged deal the whole time just to get him in front of a global scene. Why? Because Ohio could become a major player, Aaron. In the next 4 years, Ohio could become more than what we think because of all the stuff that we're talking about tonight, and who better to do that than JD Vance as vice president, probably sliding into a presidential spot, right? Again, doesn't mean anything. It's just a figurehead spot. We know who's running him, Thiel, right? Thiel and whoever's running Thiel. Same thing with Vivek, right? I mean, I think Vivek he's got, how better, right? You got JD Vance, Vivek, you got a brotherhood there, Ohio boys, right? I mean, it's pretty crazy when you really think about it. Like, I think you're right that I think that this might be something where it was to get him, prep the minds of people. Who is this guy? And don't forget, I mean, I've had this conversation with Patrick Wood a couple times. He's like, what's the connection with the IMET corridor back to India? I mean, part of that whole Gaza thing is the pathway coming from India through the Middle East, all the way out through the port of Haifa. Well, Vivek's an Indian guy. You know what I mean? Like I know these seem like crazy connections, but you can't negate them, right? You got JD Vance, his wife, Indian. JD Vance made a trip to India. Vivek, Indian. Even though he's an American Indian, he still has an Indian. So this is how you predict things, right? You look for these kind of things and you figure if these guys have been put in that position for a specific reason somewhere down the road.
Well, I mean, look, map this out strategically. So Yarvin gets involved. And Thiel supports Trump in 2016, and then doesn't support him in 2020, but spends a lot of time between 2016 and after 20 supporting candidates that were pro-Trump, even if they lost in their primaries or lost in the general election. He made a lot of investments to curry favor amongst Trump, so that when he then goes to insert Vance, he's looked like he's been on the team. He looked like he's been supporting all along. But the whole idea behind the policies and the whole idea of putting the PayPal mafia in and trying to strengthen and really pushing this idea of we need a strong executive branch and, disregard the, ask for forgiveness, not permission, and go in and remember they were going to cut the government and they were going to fire all of these people and rein all of this stuff in. The real beneficiary of that was always intended to be J.D. Vance. So Trump comes in and strengthens, even to the point of a sovereign wealth fund. You bring in Doge, you connect Palantir. Now you have basically put in AI. Then you strengthen the role of the executive branch through all of this other stuff, and then you hand it to to J.D. Vance. But in the meanwhile, you have Vivek becoming governor of Ohio, and Vivek turns Ohio into a model that you can show for the rest of the country. And then after J.D. Vance, you have Vivek, and Vivek uses as an example his ability to turn Ohio into a technocracy. So depending upon how long the continuation takes and how long it takes Vance to push the technocracy further. So here's something that might be interesting. Did you know that Ramaswamy and Peter Thiel first connected at Yale Law School around 2011?
Huh. Who else did he connect at Yale Law School with?
Yeah, J.D. Vance. How about that? Very interesting. So Ramaswamy attended an intimate lunch seminar hosted by Thiel along with J.D. Vance. So actually the same time. The exact same lunch is when they met. Ramaswamy has described the meeting as Thiel very positive, and Thiel has since backed several of his businesses. So, again, this is insanely, but I know that Thiel has been strategic about this, that the investments that he's made in these different Senate races over years, this is all being mapped out. And it's not to say that the only plan is J.D. Vance and then Vivek. He's actually placing other bets along the way, but it is Thiel that's pushing the bets. And the end game of this is technocracy. And we are seeing the end game. Like, I actually think they're even outdoing their own expectations, because as stunned as I was by this, they really have done an incredible job, because they've managed to do this without any resistance at all for any of it. None.
Well, and we sit here and we talk about that, and then you start drawing the parallels. They were there at the same time at the same luncheon. Aaron, you're talking about like the odds of something like that are those aren't coincidences, right? That's not a coincidence. And and again, if we go back to Max Fisher, how does he find a Wexner? Right? How does Wexner find an Epstein? How does Rockefeller find an Epstein? This is that same kind of a thing, just pushed forward into modern day. I think this is a similar kind of a feel. Peter Thiel's selecting the people that he needs to roll out pretty much like just what you said. J.D. Vance, perfect guy. IMET corridor, Gaza. Your correlation between Gaza and Ohio may not be really that far stretched. It could be like almost spot on because one's a global level and one's a state level, one's a federal level, right? It's because it's the same players, right? It's the same players involved in both situations.
They're pushing the same end game. They're just using different tax. They're using either federal taxes or they're using state taxes. But the point along the way is they're using taxpayer money to fund their technocracy, and they don't care about. Vivek doesn't care about Ohio. J.D. Vance doesn't care about the United States. None of it's all scripted. But the thing that for me is that Vivek comes from nowhere, and then he's playing to the libertarians in New Hampshire. He scored early support from libertarians in New Hampshire. The guy who's pushing technocracy in Ohio was early. And, you know, if you are strategic about it and you're smart, and by the way, Peter Thiel already had experience with Ron Paul. Ron Paul did very well in New Hampshire in the primary. You know how important New Hampshire is. So you're playing this in New Hampshire early, strategically. Again, it's very strategic. So they're pushing, you know, again, multiple people. But the thing that I'm trying to highlight right here is I'm not saying that they've snowed. I don't know. You know, I think most libertarians probably don't like Peter Thiel. But there is a strain that they're getting a stranglehold on it, and they are trying to influence influencers within the Libertarian Party for Vivek and JD Vance, and that is not accidental. This is it's a completely scripted thing. You know, again, Vivek was positioned as this libertarian. There's nothing about his background that is actually libertarian, and there's nothing about his policies that are libertarian. But he's branded himself this way, and now he's pushing as he runs for governor. As I see it, what is his big plan as he runs for governor? AI powered data centers across the Ohio River Valley. So he's pitching that as part of his libertarian appeal, just like Peter Thiel has snowed people into thinking, I'm sorry, you can't run Palantir and then run IRS audits and be the libertarian guy. You lost that ability. You were able to bullshit people for a long time, but that's not the case. This stuff, and I'm saying this now because this stuff has to be stopped. Like it cannot be continued for people to allow these people to claim that they're libertarian or pro free markets. And you cannot look at the AI data center across the Ohio River Valley plan as being a pro market capitalism endeavor, because it's not. It's a technocratic coup funded by taxpayers.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the tagline right there. Technocratic coup funded by taxpayers.
Yeah, at all levels, at the town level, at the state level, and at the county level, and at the federal level, and at the whatever you want to call the Board of Peace. I'm not even sure what the category of thing is that Board of Peace is. I mean, it's like a UN kind of thing, right? I mean, I guess actually, is it an NGO? It operates like an NGO. Did you see, by the way, I do have to add that Trump said that, you know, he wanted the U.S. to put in $10 billion. That would require congressional support. But last week, he managed to siphon $1.5 billion from the State Department, which, by the way, is how NGOs were funded, is through the State Department. Like, there's nothing different here. It's just so blatant.
It's a direct transfer. I mean, it's just an absolute direct transfer right into the Board of Peace.
Yeah, it's that he's the chair of for life. I mean, come on. The UN doesn't even have a chair for life.
Yeah, I know. Well, and that's probably, you know, that part's there to feed his ego. But, you know, the Board of Peace is serving its purpose, right? They clearly have a purpose for that. You can already see them staffing up with, you know, 20,000 private forces, you know. I mean, you know, that's going to get employed at some point, right? That's not that will not be a peacekeeping mission. I can almost assure you. When those 20,000 private forces get employed, whatever that means, I don't even know what that looks like. We don't have any videos of them training. We don't even know what they look. Again, the U.S. is dropping out of NATO. How convenient, you know, like, right?
Yeah, again, I would argue that a lot of these things were good. If you said to me, well, getting out of the UN is great. Yeah, getting out of NATO is great. And then you look at the Board of Peace and you say, this is just like Yarvin saying we're going to retire all government employees, and then you figure out and replace it with Palantir. This is like we're going to get out of the UN and we're going out of NATO, but then the board of the new thing has Tony Blair and the president of the World Bank and, you know, Jared Kushner, and then some guy from Apollo that's under investigation for his ties to Epstein. So it turns out that's actually not even better than the UN. But they do a great job of selling you that the thing that there is, like, the UN sucks. That's true. Those things suck. But they don't tell you. They never say what the replacement is. The implication is we're just going to get out of those things, and what? We're going to preserve our sovereignty, and we're not going to participate. This is how they got libertarians. This is how they got the right, is by saying, well, yeah, I don't like the media. I don't like the academia. We want to, we've got to own the shit libs. And then it turns out that you're owning the shit libs, and the censorship industrial complex involves getting rid of Section 230 and putting the FTC in charge of political bias. You didn't fix any problem. You just shifted control of it. And I give them credit. It's really clever. It caught me off guard because it's even faster than it. They came up with something faster than the UN and the WEF. Same outcome, just different owners. And it's quite a thing. So do you want to talk about Strive Asset Management, what you learned?
Yeah, just one more thing on the back end of that. Look at what's been going on when, all the headlines are Trump saying, nobody stepped up to help us. We took the head off Iran and nobody stepped up to help us. Right. I mean, you're just setting it up. You're basically pushing NATO off the cliff. It needed to be pushed off, but you can almost tell what's coming in its wake. Right. It's going to be this Board of Peace. See if in the next couple of weeks, month, we don't see Board of Peace making additional strategic moves. You know what I mean? In the displacement of NATO. I can almost see it. Right. You can almost feel it. So,
oh, yeah.
Something to watch for.
It is something to watch for. So,
yep. So on to Strive. So Strive was it's kind of a, how would you classify this? It's an anti-woke fund that was set up. It's like, if you step back, I don't know, into COVID window of time, 2019, 2020, this whole woke thing was building momentum. And, you see like, the World Economic Forum, and you see, the Green New Deal, and you see, the wokeism here, the wokeism there, right? All this stuff, this clearly a push, a wave that was being pushed through society. And this is what Strive was. Oh, well, here we are, we're anti-woke. So come with us, we're going to invest in anti-woke things. And it was a company that was set up in Columbus, like literally, 5 miles from my house, in a really nice little up and coming area. And they did a huge real estate development there. And they took a whole floor of it for Strive Capital Management. And Vivek was the face on it. And the guy behind it was a guy named Matt Cole. And he was an ex-CalPERS guy, right? He ran the fixed income department for CalPERS, California Pension and Retirement System. And he has since come in there, and they've now relocated. They were in Columbus. They've located somewhere down to Texas, so they're not here anymore. And Matt Cole has been pushing Bitcoin a lot lately in terms of, now it's probably not going, he's probably not speaking out on it very much, but a couple months ago, I don't know, I'd say 3 to 6 months ago, he was still, before Bitcoin started to have a big drop, he was pushing that every corporation should use Bitcoin for their treasury, right? And I remember sending you some stuff on that, but everybody was on that bandwagon, right? The Michael Saylor, Bitcoin, right? All part of this thing, another propaganda push, right? We can, you've done plenty on Bitcoin, and, I don't know if we want to go there or not, but Strive's a pretty big holder of Bitcoin. I think 13,000 Bitcoin, maybe more. I don't know. I think that's a number that sticks in my head.
Yep.
But the again, the concept here was, anti-woke. Vivek Ramaswamy was a figurehead for it, right? Kind of fits with the whole theme here we're talking about. And then we get into the cast of characters that are involved in this and the different investors, right? So we can go through those if you want. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that before we do that.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So obviously we have, it's backed by the same cast of characters, Thiel, we've got Vance, Narya Capital, Lonsdale, and Lutnick are backing this. And so the, let me see, what else did I have here on some notes here? Okay, so actually, I think that's about all I have on Strive, is really that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can really think of there on Strive. I think I don't know if what is a little funny is that, what's the other one? There's a couple of them that rhyme. What's the other one that rhymes with it? It's, not again, these are all I don't know the Thiel involvement. Do you know the Thiel involvement in this, Aaron? Like how much of an influence, how much of an investment? I know it's a fairly significant portion, but I don't know the percentage of investment by Thiel into this.
I don't know
other than through Narya.
I don't know the whole breakdown, but I didn't know Lutnick was involved. That was not one of the original names that was discussed, at least when I was looking at it before. That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. So those are the backers. Those are the big backers. Thiel, Vance through Narya Capital, right? So we got to remember Narya. Here's another thing about Narya that I wanted to add real quickly is that Narya had 2 locations in Ohio, a Columbus office and a Cincinnati office. And I think that's to give him good coverage, right? Across, the state of Ohio. And this Narya had some interesting investments, Rumble being one of them, Strive being another big one in there. So very strategic investments, but it's one layer removed from Thiel, right? So it's easy. He can put money into Narya, again, build up the name brand of Vance as being a VC venture capital guy with Narya Capital. Narya invests in Strive. How convenient, right? Buddies with Vivek. And then we get, the whole, the backing with Lutnick and so forth. So I'm sure through Cantor or one of its offshoots is where it came from, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up. It looks like Strive's not doing very well, by the way.
No.
Year to date, they're down 4.13 to 4.5%. 1 year, they're down 16.7 to 18%. 3 years. Or wait, actually, is that no? I don't know if that's not negative. No, I guess they slightly outperform. I guess it's not. I was reading that as a negative sign. I don't know. I guess they're not. They're slightly outperforming, but they're not really certainly spectacular. They are a Bitcoin-focused treasury firm. And again, you've got Howard Lutnick there pushing the Genius Act. And you've got these guys pushing the Clarity Act. So what we should do, you've got to figure out a way to do this, is look at the timing of all of these investments relative to the legislation that was pushed. Yeah, I'm wondering, one of the times I had a conversation with Vivek was at this Bitcoin conference in Dallas, Texas. And it was when he first unveiled his Bitcoin policy. It was actually the first time he had presented it. And so it would be interesting to kind of look at the flows of money and when people invested in things relative to when they actually pushed legislation. Because I was obviously trying to talk to him about the hijacking of Bitcoin as well. And I didn't get the chance to talk to him thoroughly about this, but it did during the election when the 2024 Bitcoin conference happened. I was working through various people to try to have conversations with everybody from RFK to Vivek and everything else. And one of the things I've realized is that none of them have ever had access that I'm aware of to any of the information about the hijacking of Bitcoin. As far as I can tell, because I've actually pinpointed where RFK and who RFK learned about Bitcoin from. I know who some of the people that were surrounding Vivek and everything else. I mean, none of these people have actually heard the alternative information, or if they did hear it, they would have had to have sought out the information. I always thought that was interesting going into the 2024 Bitcoin conference when they started talking about Bitcoin strategic reserves and things like that.
Well, so here's a couple key things, all right, on the timing, at least a little bit. Cantor Fitzgerald, led by Howard Lutnick, is a major investor and key partner in Strive Asset Management, a firm co-founded by Vivek. And Cantor led Strive's $30 million Series B funding round, with Lutnick providing strategic backing to Strive through anti-ESG mission. Strive funding, Cantor Fitzgerald led Strive's that funding round in 2024, aimed at scaling its asset management platform, which grew to over $1.6 billion in assets. Cantor Fitzgerald and Decent Capital Services, right, each hold a seat on Strive's board of directors. Howard Lutnick is an early supporter and investor in Strive. Strive's focus on maximizing shareholder value, growth initiatives. Strive launched with Strive launched with Strive Wealth Management following the funding round led by Cantor. Cantor's Fitzgerald operates as a leading private investment bank in SPAC, right? So this is that strategic vehicle that we talked about that Chamath Palihapitiya was really one of the leaders on, right? He was really one of the real drivers of these SPACs. Again, they didn't really work that well. I don't know if you remember that, Aaron. They were big for.
I've seen the charts of where like people lost 99% of their money in most of these investments.
Yeah,
and I even saw where he was smug about it, where somebody was complaining about having lost a whole bunch of money, and he's like, "Well, at least you have losses that you can, did you take advantage of the losses on your taxes?" Like there's a kind of famous exchange on it, but like he was famously did horribly with these SPACs. They're a laughing stock at this point.
Yeah. Well, and you wouldn't be surprised to see them bring it out as something else, right? Rename it, repurpose it, figure out how to make them work better. I mean, the concept, again, it's a special purpose acquisition company. So, in concept, it's an efficient way to get capital somewhere, but, yeah, I mean, we could go on for hours on that, but the point is, Lutnick is a big investor, and it was 2024 was the time frame on that one. So, I would say, that was late in the game, really. I mean, Strive, I don't know when Strive started either. That was probably 2022, maybe 2023. When did Strive? Let me see if I can figure that out. When Strive was first, when Strive started. Here we go. So it was founded in 2022. So that makes sense, by Vivek Ramaswamy and Anson Frericks. Now, Anson Frericks, I think, has ties to Budweiser. He was a big CEO at Budweiser, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, 2022 is when it was founded. When did it go public? Strive. Let's see here. Yeah, so it went public in merged in 2025 with asset entities. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's struggling. It probably worth doing a little more research on this, in terms of, I don't know, like I have no idea who this company is. This, what's the name of this? Asset Entities Incorporated. I don't know who that is. Anyway, so I think that's essentially Strive. I don't know what what was their intent with this, Aaron? What would you do with an entity like this? Like, I still don't understand what Strive was meant to be.
Well, Strive was originally positioned as an investment vehicle that would make investments and then push companies against woke policies. It was originally positioned as an anti-DEI play, which of course literally never happened, but also didn't make sense because the amount of money that you would have to invest to influence a large public company relative to the amount of money that they raised, like this whole thing was performative. This was just so that he could come out and say that he was anti-DEI to try to appeal to that crowd, because that was he did not create something that would be able to have that kind of influence. It's not like they were buying investments that, had board seats attached or had any real activist value. But I remember Bill Ackman was a big supporter of Vivek, which, by the way, should be a red flag for anyone.
That's a major red flag. Yeah. But the question is, Narya Capital was a loss leader, $100 million. Okay, have a little influence with it, right? Have Narya Capital invest in a dozen things and give JD Vance a good, another thing on his resume. But I wouldn't say it's a loss leader, but let's call it a neutral leader, right? It didn't have a lot of push. Same thing with Strive. Is that just another thing to give Vivek, some legitimacy? Or did they have other intentions? Like it's a holding company for, doing strategic things with. 1.6 billion is a lot more than 100 million, so 100 million went in an ARIA. I'm not going to say they were looking to just throw that away for JD Vance, but they were, it wasn't that big of a strategic play. Strive's a lot bigger. I mean, 1.6, billion in assets under management, and you have Lutnick involved, and you have, it didn't work out. Whatever they were intending to do doesn't seem like it worked out.
Well, it's common with Vivek, but it's I remember analyzing his biotech company, and when he was CEO, they never had any revenue. Like the story about that, his success in big pharma, like these products didn't work, and then he didn't even have any revenue when he was running the company. Like it's actually crazy how little he actually did, other than kind of, I think, scam people.
Well, he made a lot of money, and he didn't do it. He hardly had any employees when he did it. So I forget the whole story behind that. But when he did make some money, it was a scam.
So the investors are Peter Thiel, Bill Ackman, Howard Lutnick, Joe Lonsdale, Palantir co-founder. It's a real winner here. In terms of I
red flashing light.
I can't even read this stuff anymore. The only thing the thing that is bothering me the most about all of this is that these people were positioned as libertarians, and there were influential libertarians that bought it, and that what I wonder is if it still continues that they buy it. At some point the luster has to start wearing off, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. I just don't like the fact that libertarians have been hijacked to push technocracy, and that continues to happen. And it's happening at a state level. I doubt Vivek is prancing about pitching his libertarian street cred in Ohio, because I doubt that would be very popular. So he was deliberately came in, I remember, by storm. I'd never heard of the guy before. And all of a sudden he's being introduced at events promoted by big libertarians. And I'm like, okay, this whole thing seems scripted. And now I actually want to look into how that whole thing happened, to be honest. I'm starting to, again, I think what needs to happen is people need to start looking at your state level politicians and at your senators, and how some of this recruitment is happening and where the funding is coming from as it relates to technocratic firms and legislation that benefits technocratic firms. That needs to be mapped, because I think it's been very strategically pushed. And I think, at some point we're going to wake up and realize this has been going on for a long time. This has been a 10-year play plus.
Yeah. Well, and I look at this drive, and I guess the thing I walk away with, for the takeaway is that how great would it have been for them to be sitting in this spot right now with JD Vance running for governor, and Strive having been a big success. And, now he's, this valedictorian of his class at St. Xavier, Catholic school down in Cincinnati, great entrepreneur, Yale background, ran for vice president, or, ran for president, as a backup, could have been a vice presidential candidate, was part of Doge, and he's a great successful investor in the Strive. I don't think it was just that, but now they don't have that story because Strive's not a success. And,
I don't think people are buying it. I remember being at an event in New Hampshire where I met him the first time, and even my son was like, "This guy's bullshit," or my daughter was like, "This guy's bullshit." Like he comes off as fake. The whole thing comes off as fake.
Well, do you remember when he was still in the presidential race? Remember the time when he was out riding around with the trash men?
Yeah.
Remember that clip? And he was like, let's do it. Let's get out there and do it. You're like, this guy's a fraud. You're just like, but that was a bad job. That was a joke. That was a clown show right there. I'm like, this guy, he's disgusting. That's a fraud. Don't make fun of the trash men like that. Don't treat them like that, Vivek. You know what I mean? That was very unkind to the trash men, like the way he treated them.
No, I mean, he's articulate. He's actually great at giving speeches. I mean, I absolutely will give him that, but he comes off as completely disingenuous, and I think that's why he's down 10 points in the polls. I think at the end of the day, there are people that listen to him and say this is just bullshit. I think his eloquence and whatever does not resonate at the end of the day. I think people actually detect what it is.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of holes in his story. But again, it depends on how you're trying to run. And he was obviously trying to do everything he could to support Trump, which was a political calculation, just like Peter Thiel did by supporting candidates that were never going to win, but it ingratiated himself to Trump. Like the whole thing is, again, it's the one thing about it is it's well played, and there are multiple pieces on the board that are being moved. And I mean, I guess there's that. We've already talked about Vivek, and we've already talked about JD Vance. Again, InnovateOhio advisory board, same guy pushing mandatory digital ID. I mean, this is JD Vance. You track his stuff. He's a puppet. He just goes around getting put in various positions, and at the end, he ends up monetizing them through investment vehicles supported by Peter Thiel. But it's all technocracy. Everything that this guy pushes is technocracy. There's nothing else about it. But that's
why he was chosen.
That's why he's chosen. Yeah, no. And they scripted him. So lose weight, take some Ozempic, grow a beard, change your name, right? It's just like, that Truman Show, that whole thing. It's like, this guy is just taking instructions. He's just an empty vessel. It's like, oh, well, he's from the Midwest, and, seems like, maybe he's got an Indian wife. He can appeal to this people, whatever. He's just, but he's one of many that Peter Thiel has. This is the thing that people have to understand. It's like, the investment isn't just in JD Vance. I mean, he's got 10 people. He's got 10 paths. Thiel has multiple paths to the presidency, multiple paths to which ultimately is about pushing technocracy. It's not even about controlling the presidency. It's about what's happening. It's about Palantir getting control of all these systems. Palantir being the operating system for the Pentagon. Palantir connecting all the federal government databases. Palantir and Anduril, we didn't mention this, but we did talk about it on the Sovereign Wealth episode. Didn't I read that they just got the Golden Dome contract?
Yeah.
$85 billion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Anduril and Palantir have been awarded.
You can't make it up. You literally can't make it up. I mean, we could have fallen out of our chairs 20 times a night. I mean, that. Think about that, Aaron. Think about what you just said. I mean, this is like century level, like findings. I mean, you think Watergate? I mean, this is just right out in our face. Oh yeah, we just gave Anduril this $100 million Golden Dome contract. Oh yeah, who just ran the Hill and Valley Conference? Oh yeah, that was Peter Thiel. Oh yeah, Founders Fund. Oh, surprise! What a coincidence.
Yeah, no, it's crazy again, and it is blatant, and even when you show people, they don't care. And again, but there's a part of the libertarian thing where people are trying to like glorify this. And I've hated cronyism. When I was at the Atlas Society, I ran a Crony Awards contest, and it almost seems like people have completely jumped the shark on being completely okay now with cronyism and associating it with capital. It doesn't even matter anymore. There's and Trump said this several times. I haven't even been able. The problem, it doesn't even take that much effort now with AI to find out these things. But it's like once you find out that they've got drone investments in drone companies, and they've got investments in nuclear things, it is unprecedented. When I talked about it a couple of weeks ago, but I've only scratched the surface of it. Like Dick Cheney was probably previously the guy that people identified with the most as being like overt, right? $1 million a year from Halliburton, $35 billion worth of contracts or whatever. That's horrendous. That is a drop in the bucket on this. And by the way, I didn't put it in here. And this is just, it's unfortunate because, most people don't have knowledge about this, but there are so many people that say, Well, Trump didn't have to take the job, and he donated his salary to the veterans causes. Do you know his net worth has almost tripled in the second term? He literally has made more money the second term while president than he has in the entire life that he's had prior to this. And so people are like, but he gave his money to the veterans. It's like, this is the first thing this guy did was rug his audience on meme coins to the tune of $4.1 billion. That's how much people have lost on his meme coins. He did that the night before the inauguration. And the whole thing has been a complete ripoff the entire time. But this is the level that we're at, is that you go out to the general public and people are like, well, he sacrificed for his country. He didn't have to do this. And he gave away. Think about now the absurdity of him having given away his $400,000, $450,000 salary to veterans, in light of the fact that we're now beginning a ground war campaign in Iran.
Yeah, it's chump change, right? Compared to what Kushner's going to make, compared to what Witkoff's going to make, compared to what his sons are going to make. I mean, like you said, they're over there pushing drones to the Saudis this week. Do you see that one? I think I sent it to you. I'm not sure. They're over there. They just got invested in this company, and they're already over in this.
No, looks like we temporarily lost Craig here, so I guess we'll look into Saudi drones. It's the war profiteering is insane, and what's insane about it is that usually war profiteering, whether it's in times of LBJ or other administrations, usually the people that make money are people that support the candidate, not the actual candidate itself while they're in government. This is new level. This is kind of a new thing. I mean, he's brazen enough that at some point they're going to start Tomahawk missiles are going to be rebranded Trump missiles, and they're going to be produced by a company run by the Trump sons. Like, it's actually, that's actually the level that we're at. This is how crazy it is.
Well, remember the Pennsylvania governor? I think it was the Pennsylvania governor. Remember when he was signing the missiles?
Yeah.
Trump will get up there with his Sharpie and he'll just sign that with that big old DJ.
I mean, so again, this does go all the way to the top, because I went through for a while. That's kind of like, hey, the PayPal mafia kind of conspired, so they kind of stroked Trump's ego, but then they came in and basically ran things. And then when you look at it, it's like, now Trump came in and he's getting a disproportionate cut to the tune of probably quadruple his net worth in one term. Regardless, by the way, this increase of his net worth is while everyone else is getting absolutely crushed. So I want to go back to this whole idea that I actually think you can see the same structure with the Gaza monetization as you're seeing with JobsOhio and the public-private partnership model in Ohio. I really think that there's something there. I think that this is it is a playbook that works on multiple levels, and you have to understand and appreciate that technocracy does not care about sovereignty. It doesn't care about national boundaries. This is just a way for technocrats to leverage the state and leverage taxpayers to push their agenda. But in the end, there's no Ohio. There is no U.S. It's one global technocracy. And at this point, when you trace where Palantir is internationally and where Oracle is internationally, that's actually how it already is. They have the capacity and surveillance systems in multiple countries. It's not confined to any one nation or any one state. So that's it from New Albany to Gaza. It's just one gigantic mess. And we have 1,500 people tuned in. This one didn't get as many people, and I know it's because there's Technocratic Ohio and Technocratic in the title. I probably should have framed it differently, but we've got to get people to focus on this technocracy issue. If people don't understand that it's a political ideology, and people still believe that it's just we have the wrong politicians and don't understand conceptually what's going on, that we're going to get stuck and people are going to sit around saying, well, who am I going to vote for next? At any one of these levels. And there's
Well,
no
how can we name this? How can we do something like this again? Covering this, I don't know, maybe a more direct or more efficient, but with a different name that's spicier, you know what I mean? But still come back to this stuff. I mean, I think that's the key, to get the word out, I mean, not like we're trying to play games with people, but this is important stuff, people tune in.
Well, I'll do a song about it. I think the important part about doing this episode is to begin to lay the framework. One thing that I'm noticing that's been helpful and that has actually helped to build momentum in the stuff that I'm doing is that the stuff that I've been saying over the past 3.5 years has started to come true. So the stuff that didn't, so it's good to have a placeholder here. It's good to have done this and to have said, I have not heard anybody really talk about the blueprint for technocracy, at the state and local level, or even compare that to what's going on in Gaza and connect the dots of the same players monetizing it. This is kind of a new point. And so we'll certainly be able to come back to it. And I think we'll be able to come back to it as, now that this is here, we'll be able to play clips from it in the future as some of this stuff moves forward. To me, the takeaway, and this is actually, each week we cover a lot of ground and there's a lot of research done. So, I mean, I know I learn a lot, and probably you do as well, preparing for these things. My big takeaway from this is the state of the surveillance state in Ohio. I did not realize all of that stuff with the driver's licenses. And it's actually horrifying. So to me, a video of, short clip or a collage of actual footage of the surveillance in action, plus a song, or something like that because there are two ways of looking at this. JD Vance and Peter Thiel and Vivek want to make this a case study that they can roll out and expand. This should be our case study on the dystopian side of what people should not want to become. We need to be portraying that this is the opposite of what we want, right? And depending upon how the positioning works, the fact that we haven't heard about all of these different pieces put together, but what it means in terms of surveillance, a system now where people are gamified and rewarded for surveilling their neighbors, and that information going into a centralized database that's tied to all of this other stuff. I mean, it is Stasi. It's Stasi with real-time data, and it's happening right now. So to me, it's kind of like figuring out a way to put that into like 2 minutes. The first chapter of my book, The Final Countdown, I painted this grim picture of what the world might look like with these systems that we have right now. But, I remember one of the sections in there that was even hard to write was about the MAID program in Canada. Well, I'll tell you, if you talk about what I wrote about the MAID program in 2020,
spot on.
Compared to what it is today, it outstripped even what the worst case trend is that you would think. And now Canada is like the number one organ harvesting country in the world. And like, this is like that really high up on the leading cause of death in Canada and everything else. And they've stripped all of the safeguards. And so now you can like kind of go in and get it on demand, and it's being used for, I remember even at the time when I was researching it, there were people that were opting for the MAID program because they couldn't afford rents due to COVID policy. And none of that is improved. So in any event, we will refer to this. But I wanted people to get a sense of this too. There's so much that we went through, but there's also, by the way, this, not to extend this too much longer, but there's a banking network component of this that we haven't discussed. So you have John Kessler, Bank One, which becomes JP Morgan Chase, Les Wexner connected to BCCI, the Pakistani intelligence bank. Jeffrey Epstein is Wexner's money manager, and now Erebor, which is the new Thiel-backed financial structure. So yeah, we didn't really talk about that too much. We referenced it, but that's a big thing too, and that's in Ohio.
Yeah, well, BCCI is not, but yeah, Rebor is in Ohio, and that's it's a very quirky thing. I did have a couple notes on that. Let me just go through this. I think. Well, I tell you, let's come back and do that sometime. I'd love to do something on this BCCI, and we could tie that in with something else. When you really get into this, and well, we're going to get some turnover too. When you look through the Epstein emails and you see guys like Jess Daly and I think Mary Erdos, I think she's next in line after Jamie Dimon. I mean, these people were in all those Epstein emails, right? They were communicating with him regularly. So that opens up a whole can of worms. You've got Jess Daly, I think, has since moved on to, I can't remember where else. I can't remember what bank it was. Credit Suisse, maybe? I'm not sure. But Mary Erdos is still in place. I mean, she's probably going to take the role of Jamie Dimon. I mean, you're talking about like one of the biggest banks. And the lady who's about ready to take over was connected to Jeffrey Epstein multiple times in very direct conversation. Like they weren't like, oh, let me make an introduction, Mary Erdos to Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, they were talking about like friends would talk. It was pretty basic level things. And so we get into the BCCI, right? And how Epstein was using that and how they were using options trades and how they were running money through the oil industry. And think about what was going on, back to Kissinger, back to Max Fisher, and this movement of, the dollar, right? In that 70s to 80s era, it was still a transition to the petrodollar. I mean, it didn't just happen overnight. It was a process, right? And I don't know if we've talked about this much either, but that's where I think we're at, is we're transitioning out of the petrodollar into the stable coin, right? Which is going to lead to the tokenization. So, this BCCI is important because it kind of like looking at Max Fisher, looking the flow through into, Epstein and Wexner, looking at the flow from Epstein and Wexner to Thiel, and to this whole group that's taking place and taking over their structure in Ohio. It's a similar kind of a thing with BCCI, Safari Club, Zodiac Club, all these characters, right? That then leads into, the petrodollar, into the banking system. Like there's a whole structure of things that could be done. So, and the reason we would do that is so that we understand what they're going to do with a Rebor bank, so that we're ready for it. And as they start rolling this out, because this is going to happen. I mean, in the next 3 to 6 months, we're going to start hearing things on a Rebor bank, I'm sure, right? Because it's in place and it goes along with Anduril, right? They put this in place for a reason. So we're going to start seeing that roll out. We're going to start seeing headlines on it. And it's nice if you understand like the history of how they used this stuff before, how it's gotten to this place, so that as you see the headlines come out, you're ready for it, and you can actually do something with it and turn it into knowledge that people can do something with. Does that make sense?
It does. I mean, related, don't want to go into it too much now, but BCCI. Yeah. So the Trump family stablecoin USD1 is now being pushed $5 billion worth in Pakistan. And there are discussions about, is this going to be used the same, kind of in the same way? But I don't want to necessarily go down the rabbit hole there, but it did occur to me that it's pretty odd that one of USD1's biggest applications is Pakistan. That is not a readily apparent application. But I have to do a real deep dive on USD1. I ignored it for a while because I just thought, oh, it's like, usually when the Trump family gets involved in something, they screw it up, right? It's like that they're not they don't really have any historical success rate with technology products, or actually a success rate in getting into any other markets outside of real estate. They usually experience it. So I actually kind of discounted their DeFi, but but you never know. But yeah, so we'll get back to that. There's a whole bunch to explore there. Just on to close it on a positive note, again, the solutions to all of this, and I'm having this conversation with everybody again. Solution has always been to exit the system. The most important thing to do is actually ditch the dollar, right? And I cannot stress this enough, because again, I'm talking to a lot of people that thought that Trump and the Avengers were going to save this, and I think everybody's now realizing that that's not going to happen. But now we're actually starting to get to the point where people are realizing not only did we not stop things, but we've probably lost 3 years. And this is not a statement that we should have voted for Kamala. There's no way out of this. The problem is there was never any way out of this. We have to build these alternative systems, but now we've actually lost time even for implementing that. So ditching the dollar is key for all of us, because we sit and talk about who's going to control this, who's going to control this. All of this is based on the dollar, and all of these stable coins and tokenization of assets. All of this is rooted in this system. That's the only way to slow down technocracy, is to not be controlled by their money. I think the other part is to continue to connect the dots. This is the case study. I mean, again, I'm horrified tonight. And I do want to package up a little bit more exactly how robust the infrastructure is for surveillance today, like not even in the future, and let people know this. Because a lot of times I'm surprised, and a lot of times I'm kind of on the cutting edge of either talking about CBDCs or stable coins or digital IDs. This is, at least as far as I know, by far peak surveillance in the United States. Going through this today is like when I was writing my book 3.5 years ago and researching the provinces in China that were implementing social credit systems and AI surveillance. This feels actually somewhat similar. And so that does shock people. A lot of people, again, still have this mistaken view about the level of freedom that we have here, but I think you can start drawing actual comparisons to China, between Ohio and China. Maybe that'll be a way to wake people up a little bit. But more importantly, I think there is something here to understand and to try to track regarding Thiel's infiltration of state politics, and to look at it as a chessboard and see if we can identify the different players and pieces that he has in place. Because I do think he's probably, maybe there's somebody behind him, but I actually think he is actually playing. If anyone's playing 5D chess, it's Peter Thiel. So we ought to start looking at the various moves. And in that regard, so if you're listening to this based on your state or country, so here's some things to look for. What agencies are being, privatized, but through these public-private partnerships? What is the status of digital ID systems? What's going on in your state with data center deals, and what are the tax incentives? What are the rebates? What are all of the deals? What are all of the sweeteners for that? Because it's important to document that. And again, my argument is, because what often happens, and this is whether it's with like cell towers or anything else, there is, by the way, the health component of it too. There was that NBC4 thing that I don't want to discount that. But one of the ways I've seen this happen with cell towers at a town council meeting, like Verizon will come in and they'll bring in a whole bunch of lawyers, and they'll bring in all these experts to try to downplay the health risk aspect of it. I think that if you're trying to stop a data center, you should do it on the basis of cronyism and the failure of these kinds of incentives, and the fact that it's not free market. You've got to not let them use the language that this is good for the economy. It's not good for the economy. And you can actually demonstrate this and chart this kind of stuff out. The other thing is, look at AI surveillance. This AI surveillance, the fact that this snuck in 2013, starting with driver's licenses. People are starting to talk about flock cameras, but there are more elements. Is Clearview AI involved at your state level? What's going on at the city level? If there are these cameras, a lot of these cameras and things get put in through incentives and programs that are paid by the outside parties that are non-governmental. So take a look at that and examine that, and then see if anything is going on with smart cities, like in Columbus with the grants and everything that were put in place to try to, basically get rid of driving cars and to move out of that model. Look to see if there are any of these kinds of grants. The grants are key because the grants come from weird sources. And sometimes they come from international sources. Sometimes they come from corporate sources, whatever it happens to be. And it's really easy because people don't pay attention to local politics, but it's a really good headline. Like for Columbus, if you get a $50 million grant and, people will celebrate this, and you don't realize that what you're doing is you're, using the grant as a test pilot to implement a digital prison globally, using your city as an example. So look at that and examine that. So this is a good thing to start out and, comment or whatever and start sharing information on that. And maybe we could start tracking what's going on with technocracy at the local and state level, in addition to just, focusing on what's going on federally or internationally. So, I'd say that. So understand, exit, and build would be my 2 cents.
Yep. Well, it makes sense. At first it was hard for me to understand and accept, but when you talked about building parallel system and then, showed Zano and Freedom Dollar, and it took a little while, but then it sunk in, and I'm like, look, that's the only way to win this. It doesn't take a lot of people either. It takes about 3 to 5% of the people actually, creating commerce on a different parallel system that they can't impact. One, it does a couple things. One, you're not likely to get your head chopped off because you're not the only one sticking your head up. So it's a little harder for them to track you down. Two, you can sustain it. There's, you can get 3 to 5% of commerce taking place on something like that. It really does make a hit on the rest of the economy. And so, I think that is the solution. The problem is we just got to get something built, you know what I mean? And then hopefully something else and something else and something else. And pretty soon we look like New Albany, but in the other way, we're putting up, commerce sites all over the place on Zano instead of, monstrous, AI facilities, in the old farm ground. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is, and it's tough. And again, it's a balancing act. And there's also an appreciation. Look, the problem is we're getting into the point now, which is also by design, which is where people are struggling to survive. I mean, there was some ridiculous politician. I don't even remember which state. It might have been Ohio today. It was Ohio. There was some U.S. rep who basically was saying, maybe you should just get another job, get an extra job or something. It was some comment. But the truth is, this is how they get you. People are all struggling. The actual inflation is real. Food, beef is at an all-time high. We had the agriculture episode and everything else. But I mean, I can't. Going out to eat is ridiculous. I mean, we had spring break with the kids and everything else. It seems like everywhere we went, nobody drinks alcohol. And like, it was like $200 for every meal. And we weren't getting like, Wagyu beef or something. But even at grocery stores and everything else. And so people get to the point where they're fighting for survival. So they don't even have enough time to look into this. And so I don't blame people for that. There's going to be a continuum of people. So I don't expect these ideas are necessarily going to hit mass right away, but we got to consolidate these early adopters. And I am going to do my part to push the people that believed in the Avengers strategy. I'm going to be spending a lot of time explaining to them that the problem, yes, that was wrong. And you could have figured out that was wrong if you did some homework, but that the problem isn't the individuals, it's the process. And you went through the process. People, I've given talks about America 1.0 is over. People didn't want to believe it. You now have to accept it. There's no more time for bullshit. And I've been sitting around waiting for a lot of people to realize this. And there are a lot of people that didn't want me to be right or thought that it was, whatever, it was too extreme, but probably just didn't want to entertain it, didn't want to believe it. Well, I mean, I wasn't guessing. I've outlined the mechanics of it. And also studied other, nations and empires and everything else. There's nothing not in a unique situation. We're failing in a pretty predictable way. And then trying to hold on to that. It doesn't have to be, it's not black pilled. Once you release the energy from that, you can actually start building other things. But now is the time because people are realizing they got completely rugged on Trump. Now is the time for them to not get excited about Rubio or think that RFK is going to run for president and fix things. Because if you thought I was brutal before, I am going to be absolutely ruthless this time around because we don't have time. You have to realize there are psychopaths. The clip you play, there are 150 people that control things. They're psychopaths. They actually don't care. They will bomb and kill 70,000 people and level 90% of the buildings so that they can build hotels that have surveillance systems. And these aren't evil people that are, hiding out in unknown locations. It's the president of the United States and his family. Okay. Those are the bad guys. Accept it and then move on. And what you can do about it is you can start, building alternative systems and say, look, I'm not going to continue to participate in believing that this is a legitimate system. So that's my little rant.
Well, it's like you said, what was it last time you put out a number? I think it was like 490 out of 540 schools took direct hits in Gaza. That's not an accident. We have, right? Remember that statistic?
Oh yeah.
It was like 80% or 90% were direct hits.
It was over 90% for hospitals and over 90% for schools. There's some point at which it's like, well, this is where the terrorists hide or whatever. Guess you know what? You could either buy that argument, or it looks a lot more likely that these guys that set up a multi-billion-dollar fund and put together a presentation with Oracle and USD1 and everything else, it looks a lot more like this was a deliberate intention to demolish a place to rebuild. What is more likely?
Well, and it gets even worse when you look at the facts because, we have Witkoff saying, we should have pulled that clip. He says, part of a master plan. It's 2 years. It's been a master plan. You can't. He and Kushner are the ones negotiating all the stuff. At what point, look, it's hard to accept, but it's the reality of it, and, we have precision guided missiles. Here's the thing. Trump promotes how great it is that, Iran can put up a missile and we can shoot it down out of the air, you're talking about, like incredible precision. You're not going to accidentally hit 90% of schools with something that's that. It's just, right? It doesn't add up. You don't hit 90% or more of hospitals and schools, but you're able to knock down a missile, traveling at Mach 1 or Mach 2 with a missile. You're talking about incredibly complicated math, and tools and skills to knock something out of the air moving that fast, and your reaction time has to be instantaneous, right? So the point is, it's not a coincidence. And that's the thing I have to tell myself all the time. Like, Craig, we're past the point of coincidences. It's just, there's too many things. You can't, this is a master plan.
Well, or the idea that Palantir, who was involved with the intelligence that destroyed and double tapped the Iranian school, that 170 school kids, girls, died. Their claim was it was out of date information. There's a 0% chance that was out of date information. Google Maps had more accurate information, and I do. Palantir is not incompetent, and that was not an accident. They killed them on purpose, and whatever the reason was, it's whether it was some of the leaders' kids or whatever. I don't know what the justification was, or just for the horror of it, because at some point you have to realize that we're the terrorist organization in this situation, which is also hard for people to grasp. But when you use the dollar, you're murdering these kids. Like, this is actually true. Like, there was no self-defense aspect in here. We were not attacked. There was no credible threat, and we've murdered children. That just, this is why it's kind of like that. Well, they responded, and people are outraged that they responded. How would you feel if somebody, if somebody killed your daughter in school? What would your reaction be? brush it off. They're patriot. I mean, the whole thing is absurd. But yeah, we have to acknowledge that these people don't have a lot of regard for human life. They actually don't have regard for free will. So for those people that think, well, Peter Thiel, well, it's a merit-based system, and so we should let these philosopher kings get to the top. I'm sorry, I've seen this guy's activities. I saw what he did in the Hulk Hogan trial. Bankrolling Hulk Hogan. I've seen that, the situation with his boyfriend who died under mysterious circumstances. This guy, I don't care if he's efficient at technology, he's morally fucking bankrupt. And this is not a guy that should be making decisions about whether or not you can make decisions, regardless of how efficient he is or effective he is at making money. So,
and they're all cut from the same cloth, because we didn't get into tonight I'd say we could have covered 10 people who got murdered, on the back of the Epstein, Wexner, just in Ohio. I mean, there's 10 murders that occurred. I mean, you can call them hangings, suicides, whatever you want to, whatever, makes you feel good. But the bottom line is these people needed to get rid of them, and they got rid of them. It's so, but it's not a coincidence, it's not a coincidence.
Well, no, I mean, so people that will start wars to level a country so that they can build something, at some point you have to realize if they're going to do that, then, the other horrors don't seem, there's no moral compass. And it's hard to get around. As much as I can say that I understand it intellectually, I don't actually get it. But I still get surprised by it. There's never a point where because it doesn't make sense. So I know it happens, but it doesn't make sense. It actually doesn't make sense to me that it happens, but it does. And we have to realize that very quickly, because it is going fast. I mean, like Gaza and, and Ohio and everywhere else. And hopefully more people will start researching their states, because you're going to find it. You're going to find it all over the place once you start looking for it. And then we've got to map it out. And then we have to start calling this stuff out. We have to call out the fake libertarianism has got to go. And actually the people that are trying to hijack libertarianism with it, whether they know or not, they may be plants. I don't know. I don't know how scripted this is, but it seems like there are specific people that come into an area new and assume leadership roles that all of a sudden are pushing technocracy. And it's not hard to hijack organizations. And it's certainly not hard to hijack a libertarian organization, because these things are usually the least organized, but it's problematic because not because libertarians mean anything from a political perspective, but you at least, when you don't have people speaking the truth anymore, when somehow it's gotten muddled where you're pushing. I mean, it's kind of like, we come to find out later that that Pfizer, or not Pfizer, but that Big Pharma has been bankrolling Cato Institute and Reason. You have Donald Rumsfeld's old company, a trust that's one of the biggest. It continues to be the largest supporter of Reason magazine for years. So then you wonder why, when COVID happens, they come out pro-vaccine. And it's always been this weird thing where it's like, yeah, okay, you're supposed to be about reason and science, but yet you can kind of see that it's also cronyism, but they always err on the side of Big Pharma. Then turns out that's where the money is. And so we just have to call all of this stuff out. We have to call out all the bad actors, stuff like Brock Pierce being able to continue to exist and infiltrate more things. The guy's trying to infiltrate Maha. He's infiltrated, running as an independent. He spends time at Mar-a-Lago actively. Now he spends time there. He's networking with these people today. And I go to these conferences, and I'm going to these crypto conferences that he used to speak at, and I'm speaking out against him. And so no one's defended him. The only thing that's happened so far is more people have come up to me and shared more stories that make the thing even worse. But I'm like, okay, you've known this guy for 10 years and you've known this, and what, you just continue to let him do keynote speeches and nobody's going to talk about this? This is how shit like Epstein happens, because no one's willing to say anything about it. It doesn't take much to actually speak up to stop this stuff. But why are people listening to Steve Bannon? Why is that a thing? I love the CPAC thing, the fact that thing was a ghost town. But I mean, at some point, we've got to stop voluntarily associating with people. I'm not suggesting or in some of these cases, criminal or other back activities are involved, but we've got to stop associating with and allowing this stuff to happen and giving these people platforms voluntarily.
Yep. Well, and I've sent you a couple things this week, from a market perspective. It's so hard to explain to people that, this stock market rally we saw the other day, they got hosed. People got hosed in their 401ks by the stock market going up, and they don't, and that's a hard concept to get out to people, but that's how, we're up against a tough curve but tonight, I think we did our job, right? I think we showed Ohio's a problem. I think we showed the pattern. I think we showed plenty of dots to connect. On the markets, it's a lot harder. And that's always a struggle I have to deal with, because it's hard to show people, because it's sophisticated, right? I mean, the theft in the financial markets is very sophisticated. It's very hard. I've been watching it for 30 years. So I see this stuff and I don't know how to communicate it to people with an analogy. I can't say, it's just hard to come up with the analogies on it, but it's going on. It is, and it's going on at the highest levels. Trump's True Social post was clearly, a gate to rip off the world for hundreds of billions of dollars, and so you can't deny it after a while, and so anyway, that's all I've got, Aaron.
Yep.
Just keep plugging away.
I appreciate it. Thank you for staying on this. I think this is probably a record now at this point. We didn't even open up a Q&A. It's 5 hours, and I apologize, guys. I'm not doing it. But what I will do is I'm going to play out here. Hold on. I've got a new free Ian video, and I know it's wrong because it's missing a couple of segments, but I'm going to play it anyway because I said I would, and I'm going to work on it and try to get it out in a fuller, more polished since tomorrow. But again, I encourage everybody to go to freeiannow.org and sign the petition. Ian was one of the first victims of the war on crypto, targeted by Biden, and made to be an example because he was promoting freedom and voluntary exchange and was anti-war. So it's a travesty that he's there, and I've just learned today that he's actually in prison. He's in Pennsylvania, and he's actually very sick. So hoping he gets better, but more importantly, hoping he gets out and gets pardoned or released, because he's really the first one in all of this. And unfortunately, so I was on Free Talk Live with him before he was even sentenced, and so he was like the first, and then we had Roger Ver, and then we had Roman Storm, and then William Hill, and then Keone Rodriguez, and then Roman Sterlingoff, and now Ray Youssef. This has been a frustrating aspect of this, because all I've been trying to do is warn people about technocracy and promote alternatives. And we talk about, the difficulty in promoting the alternatives. I'll tell you, one of the problems with promoting the alternatives is some of the top people in the world at this have been thrown in prison, or they're, facing prison time, or they're spending all of their time instead of building, Ray Youssef built No Ones, which is a peer-to-peer crypto platform in the global south and in Africa that was taking off, really popular. And by the way, he was a big threat to Binance, a big threat to big players, and he a big threat to corrupt governments. And then he got nabbed. And so this is real. This is one of the hindrances that we've had. This is why it's so important that the war on crypto ends for everyone, but specifically for the ones that I've been calling out, that I know very well, that I've vetted and or personally know. And I'd start with Ian Freeman on that list. So with that said, have a good night. And here's the first premiere of the Free Ian song.
Thanks, Aaron.
In the morning, Leverett Street, rifles in the hall, tank through the front door,
fed the meters, saved the town. Robin Hood of Key. 20 years behind the microphone, first voice to say the word Bitcoin. Build a church in New Hampshire, an orphanage in Uganda. Forbes call his town a crypto mecca. They call him a criminal. They sent an undercover fed who said he dealt in heroin. Ian said no, turned him away. The Fed bought it anyway and called it evidence. Tanks at dawn, but the signal doesn't stop. And called it evidence. Send your tanks at dawn, but the signal doesn't stop. The judge threw out the laundering. Not enough evidence. 96 months anyway for laws written before Bitcoin existed. Keon Rodriguez, Christmas Eve. William Hill, 4 years. Roman Storm, retrial in the fall. Ray Youssef, $200. Sterlingoff, 12 years. Roger Ver, 50 million in a gag order. The war on crypto didn't end. It just changed presidents. Mr. President, you set Ross free. You said you'd end the war. Ian's been inside since 23. Bonnie says he teaches inmates how to read. She says Bitcoin is sacred to us. You freed one.